You're gonna have to
There,
repeat that part about the professional streaming.
I was going to do that. I am a professional streamer, and and as you can tell, there you go, hacker. As you can tell, this is going to be a completely seamless, uh, tech problem-free stream. But welcome to the stream, everybody. It is my pleasure indeed to welcome everybody to the stream. And just to give you a few words first, before we get to things going. Of course, in an hour or so, we're going to take a look at System Shock. But first of all, I have the opportunity to talk to these people who are well, let's just say Nightdive Studios. They're synonymous with making older games playable on modern platforms. From titles like I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream to I think Seventh Guest and 11th Hour, I think they did, Necropolis, doing remasters of games like Turok 2, Doom 64, Forsaken. The list goes on and on and on. Blade Runner, Quake. And in 2015, Nightdive released the enhanced edition of System Shock, which was an updated version of the game that added widescreen, high-resolution textures and whatnot, and mouse look controls that were more modern and whatnot to make the game a lot more playable at the time. And back then, they were talking about doing this very project, which is to do a completely redone, rebaked, recooked version of System Shock for modern audiences. And it's been a long, long time coming, and they've put a tremendous amount of work into it. And today, after, what is it, like 7 years, maybe? I don't know, 8?
Just shy of 7.
Crazy. Of hard work. We're celebrating the release of the completely remade System Shock, and I have the honor and privilege to speak to two of the people behind the success of Nightdive Studios, the CEO and founder, Stephen Kick, and the Director of Business Development, Larry Kupperman. Hello to both of you.
Very nice to be here.
Yeah. Oh, it's great to have you here. It's like I say, I'm as eager to see this game come out as anybody, and apparently, as it looks right now, the response so far has been overwhelmingly positive. Which is, that in itself is a rare thing. So kudos to that. Why don't we start off? I just want to start off by talking about Nightdive itself, the company, before we get into the game. Maybe Steve, maybe you can start there. How did Nightdive come to be?
Well, that's a really good question. Back in 2010, 2012, I was working as a character artist at Sony Online Entertainment. And you just get to this point sometimes in that kind of development setting where you just burn out creatively. And my girlfriend at the time, is also a character artist, suggested that we pretty much sell all our worldly possessions, pack up the essentials into our Honda Civic, and drive across the border into Tijuana. So I was happy to oblige.
Okay.
And we spent the next 10 months driving through Mexico and Central America. And during that time, I had brought a netbook with me and was just trying to find some inspiration, play some old games that had originally inspired me to want to be part of the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one particular night in Guatemala where there was this wicked tropical storm, and for whatever reason, I just decided that was the perfect time to play System Shock 2. Right. So I loaded up the ISO. I think I had an ISO and a virtual drive on this laptop, and I couldn't get it to install. I tried all the usual tricks, changing the properties and the compatibility settings, and no dice. So I went to GOG.com, goodoldgames.com, and it wasn't there. But it was the #1 requested game on the site. So I went through the comments, through the wish lists, and I came across an old article from G4 TV about what happened to Looking Glass after they went out of business in 2000. And I had discovered that the rights to the franchise had gone to an insurance company in the Midwest called Star Insurance Company. Mm-hmm. And the author of the article, Jared Newman, had actually talked to this guy named George Borkowski. You remember that name, Larry?
I do.
Yeah. And he was the general counsel that basically represented these insurance companies. So I looked him up and I sent him an email and said, "Hey, what are you doing with the franchise?" And he wrote me back and said, "Nothing. Do you want to make System Shock 3?" So
Just
again, I'm like in the middle of the jungle, and I probably have like $5,000 to my name to get home. So I suggested the next best thing. Well, why don't we put the originals back out on platforms like GOG? They had never had that suggestion before. So we spent the next couple of weeks negotiating how it was going to work. And I basically tried to figure out how the hell I was going to get that to happen.
right, right. It's amazing how these things start out from just asking about it, just making a step in a certain direction, and suddenly realizing like, oh, someone's interested in this. Wait, this could happen.
Yeah, I found out later that the timing was just really good. Apparently, Electronic Arts still had the trademark, but they just let it lapse basically within the time frame that I had been talking to Star, and they wanted a way or a mechanism to be able to claim that trademark. And the only way that they could do it is if they commercialized the game. And here I came along with opportunity to do that. So yeah, right place, right time. The only thing I needed was a lot of money, which I didn't have. So I asked my mom and my father-in-law and a good friend of mine if they would throw down, whatever they could spare. And between the three of them and some money that I made just doing contract work when I got back, I saved up enough to put down, up to that point was the largest sum of money I ever had as a minimum guarantee or licensing fee.
Right.
And then from there, it was basically just reaching out to GOG via the website and letting them know that I had the rights to redistribute the game. It sounds crazy when I'm talking about it now, because I didn't go through LinkedIn. I just went through the the suggestion box pretty much on the website.
Right.
And they wrote me back, and it was part of this thread with Oleg, who you may remember.
Klopowski.
Yeah. And the marketing guy who had received the email, Trevor, long ago, I think, he said, "Hey, this guy claims he's got the rights to System Shock 2." And Oleg said, "Yeah, he's probably full of shit, but why don't you follow up with him anyways?" Never forget that.
Amazing.
So that's how Nightdive started. We sold the game on GOG first on February 13th, 2013. And it just did so amazingly well that I decided to dedicate the rest of my career to digging up these lost classics and making them playable again.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, and I mean, it's like I say, I think a lot of times these types of plans, if you had thought in the beginning of what it, like if you look at where you are now, and if you thought from the beginning the possibility of something like this happening, you might not have even started to look into it in the first place, because it's, oh, this couldn't happen. But you just, but if you take a step in that direction, doors might open, and then suddenly doors open, and before you know it, you look back and you think, well, look where I've come.
Well, speaking of doors opening, those early days were pretty tough, because all we had was basically System Shock 2 up to that point, and maybe a couple of other small games like you mentioned, I Have No Mouth, and I Must Scream, and I'd gotten to know the Trilobite guys, so we did Seventh Guest and 11th Hour on, I think, just exclusively Steam. And then I met Larry Kupperman, who was able to open the rest of the doors and essentially get the rest of the games that we've done since then.
And things went straight downhill from there. Before we begin talking, one thing I want to give out as a PSA to anybody in the community listening: when a woman says to you, "Let's go across the border to Tijuana," marry her.
I did.
Good. Definitely good advice.
Smart move. Smart
Good
move.
advice. So actually,
So,
Larry, maybe it's a good opportunity for you to talk about how you ended up getting hooked up.
So a year after, basically a year after Steven started Nightdive Studios, my career had started at Stardock. Long time ago, back in 2001. The first game that I did for Stardock was The Corporate Machine, followed by Lightweight Ninja. Neither of those are exactly memorable hits. But then the third game that came along was Galactic Civilizations, and Gal Civ 1. And then we would go on to do Gal Civ 2, reach out to our friends at Ironclad Studios. Actually, they reached out to us and did Sins of a Solar Empire. And then during that time, we had a number of other titles. I was the biz guy for much of that stuff. We went through that period, but we had also built up a platform, a Steam competitor. Unlike GOG, it did contain DRM, but it was a kinder, gentler DRM. At least that's what we felt at the time. And I took over business operations for that. It was called Impulse. I did that from 2011 to 2013. So during that period of time, Steve has started Nightdive Studios. At the end of my time with Impulse, it was sold to GameStop, and it became the GameStop application. And I was business development manager for PC Digital for GameStop, which sounded really cool. Except about 2 years after I got there, GameStop decided that that digital was just a passing phase, and that brick and mortar was the way that things were going to go. That I have seen the future, and it looks just like the 1950s. So my entire division got lopped off, including me, and there I was. I'm not quite as old as I am now, but still an elder statesman in the gaming community, without a job for the first time in 30 plus years. First time I was ever without something.
Right.
So I was doing some work with a variety of companies, some in the mobile space, doing some consulting stuff. I'm helping to set up some companies, but I really wanted to get back into something creative. So I cold called Nightdive Studios. Nightdive was actually the second company that I called. As soon as I spoke to Steve, and that we had never met in person. This was all via Skype at the beginning. We hit it off. Despite the difference in our ages, despite the difference in the amount of hair that we have, all of those things are irrelevant. We really hit it off, and I accepted a position at Nightdive without having ever met Steve. He hired a head of business development without ever having met me, and we met for the first time at day one of GDC in 2014. GDC was when we first met, and our very first appointment was with Oleg Klabowski from GOG. That was the very first one. We had never met, and both Steve and Oleg are much taller than I am. And there was a moment when the three of us rendezvoused, and I wasn't sure which person was which person. But we got all of that straightened out, and we started working with GOG, from the earliest days. But I had asked Steve who he wanted to talk to at GDC, and Steve said, "Well, I want to talk to everybody." So I got there, and day one I said, "Well, I figured we'd start with the alphabetical order, so we have an appointment with Activision in 5 minutes, and the rest, as they say, has been history." It's really funny because I had worked on restoring classic games before I joined Nightdive. I didn't know that it was going to be a thing that I was going to do. But back in my days with Stardock and back at Impulse, we restored the game Total Annihilation, which had been lost. And the rights of that, ironically, were with Atari. So it's just funny how things kind of go in that circle, that great circle of life.
Yeah.
But we brought back, Total Annihilation, and that was in 2010. And little did I know that that 4 years later that I would be embarking on a career with that. When I accepted the position at Nightdive and I began to tell my friends and professional contacts, my friend Mike Cressweller, who I'd worked with at Stardock and at GameStop, said, "You'll finally be selling the games that were the last games you enjoyed playing." So that was pretty prescient of Mike and Steve and I have this rapport with a number of our titles, is this commonality of experience. I mean, Turok was something that Steve played with his dad, and it was something that I played with my son.
Yeah.
So that kind of explains why things have aligned the way that they have. It was a shared love of classic games of a particular era of vintage titles.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. There's two things that come to mind there. And one is, number one, I can identify with you, for example, because I'm a 60-year-old Twitch streamer. What? And years ago, I mean, I would never have thought that I would be even doing this. But when I think back, there was years ago when I used to work for a software store. I used to sell games, used to play games and whatnot.
Yeah.
At a time when it wasn't necessarily the cool thing to do when you were in your 30s, whereas nowadays it's a completely different world. But right. but the main thing that, and I think the point that you're getting at there too, is just the fact that, or at least the way that I see it, is that the thing that holds all this together is a love of games, a love of maybe particularly of a particular time, but that's what makes the whole thing come together. That's what makes you continue to try and like to Stephen, to pursue this, because of deep within yourself there's a love for this thing, and you see something in there that you might be able to work with and do with to make a career out of somehow, or maybe even
we say all the time that at Nightdive, every project that we do is a passion project.
Yep.
We've been fortunate enough and successful enough that we don't have to do a game because we need the revenues. I don't want to assume that I don't assume that I look askance at making money. That's not that's not a good character trait in the head of business.
I like money.
But we put a lot of love and all of the games that we do are meaningful to us in one way or another.
Right. I guess it's a common sort of an idea that it's not, you don't do it for the money, but the thing is, it's the idea that if you do something that comes out of your passion, money will come, because people will recognize it if you're, or at least that's the deciding factor ultimately. But of course, you have to make money decisions. There are business decisions that you have to make in certain things and whatnot, but if you don't, if the passion and love is not there, you might as well be selling light bulbs,
And people will recognize that.
Sure.
People know when it's what's the term that the kids use, say, when it's a money grab.
Yeah.
They get that.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yep. I was going to also ask about the involvement of Samuel Villarreal. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing his name. I just knew him as Kaiser. I just knew him as Kaiser. Yeah, exactly. He was a big a big proponent especially in the early years of some of the remasters you did with Nightdive, right?
And he still is. There would be no Nightdive, certainly not in the modern way. The way Nightdive is understood today, without Sam, without Kaiser.
Yeah.
So I had joined Nightdive, and we began looking for new IP. I think that's where Steve's story kind of leaves off. One of the titles that we picked up and that we agreed would be something that was really worthy of restoration was Strife.
Absolutely,
it was one of the earliest games that we did, and we knew of Sam's work because he'd been posting it. Certainly, he was the one that had already done Doom 64 on his own.
Mm-hmm.
Not to the level that the finished product would be, but had taken the first stab at it. So Steve reached out to Sam. Not long after Sam joined, and also on the Strife project, we hired James Haley and James Quasar. Quasar and Kaiser were really our two OGs.
Mhm.
The next game that we did after that was Turok,
Right.
and our team stayed pretty much the same. But when we got into Turok 2, we knew that the game needed to have multiplayer to be complete. So that's when we brought on Edward Richardson, and that was the nucleus of our team, and that still is those are really the founding members.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. And also, where does Daniel fit in? Daniel Gratian.
Steve, you should tell that story. Daniel predates me.
Yeah, so when System Shock 2 launched on Steam, I was browsing through the community forums, and people will post guides on there, like modern guides and walkthroughs and that type of thing. And Daniel had posted a very exhaustive walkthrough of not only the game, but like a modding guide of all the best mods to use to enhance the experience. And I was so impressed with it that I reached out to him and asked him if he wanted to do something like that locally on our website at the time. And he agreed to it. And we just got along really well. And I noticed that he had some game dev experience, not professionally, but definitely on the indie side. He had made some of his own maps for Left 4 Dead, and they were quite enjoyable. And he had a small group of people that really enjoyed his work. And I asked him if he wanted to help out on kind of the technical side of things for Nightdive, like helping upload builds to Steam, getting Steam pages ready mostly. As you know, GOG they take care of all that, but on Steam it's up to the publisher or the developer to set all that stuff up. And I really needed a hand at that point,
Right.
Or somebody that just had the the desire to learn it all and to become knowledgeable of how it worked, so that we could put more games up there.
Mhm.
And yeah, he's been with us ever since.
Right. Are there any other people behind the scene that you want to mention that people should know about that don't?
Oh man, well,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that work at Nightdive now.
Exactly.
Yeah, just off the top of my head, on the System Shock side of things, since that's what we're here for.
Exactly.
Matthew Keneally is our lead and only engineer, and he was a good friend of mine back in college, who I had met, and he got his start at Cryptic, and worked on the Star Trek MMO, and had kind of done the same kind of game dev story that I had. And when we started the System Shock project, he was anxious to join. His brother Justin is a environment artist. Evie Manzel is our lead artist and art director on the project. Rob Waters, of course, the OG artist from System Shock and the BioShock series. Justin Kahn's our lead producer.
John Peros for the soundtrack.
Yeah, John Peros did our soundtrack and all the mixing and the sound design. Jed Wall is also a Looking Glass Irrational veteran who was our lead character artist. We got Stephen Bodnard, who is also worked at Irrational. I think the last thing he worked on was BioShock Infinite. He's our lead animator. I mean, I could go on.
Sure.
There's a lot of really wonderful people that make it all work.
And I think, and another important part of it is the fact of the number of people that you mentioned who were actually involved in the original games, that were actually from the original companies, that was a big part of the development of this.
Yeah, and it was important that when they joined on too, especially like in this second phase of development that we had after that initial hiatus, that we got people that really loved Shock as much as we did.
Yeah.
Because we were doing something that only they were going to be able to understand and deliver, and we couldn't afford to take any more time or effort looking for the right people.
Right.
So it was either you love this thing more than anything and you're willing to see it through, or we're going to have to find some alternative. And we just got lucky.
Yeah. Well, I say a lot of the time that System Shock is probably my favorite game. Period. The second game is great in its own right, and it has many of its different aspects and features. But just playing the original System Shock in 1994 was completely and utterly mind blowing for so many different reasons that it's kind of hard to explain to a modern sort of gamer how unique that experience was of that original game. The depth of the gameplay, which today might be confusing, or the level design might be convoluted, or there's lots of different things you could say, but they packed so much into that original game that it was so far from Doom. You know what I mean? It's like so far from Doom.
Well, that was really the impetus behind deciding to do the remake, is we kind of rediscovered it. With the advent of the mouse look mod that came from a System Shock community member who we then hired to work on the enhanced edition.
Yeah.
We saw that an entirely multiple generations of gamers were getting to enjoy and play System Shock for the first time.
Yeah.
And not only did we respect and understand the legacy that it had made, but on top of that, we realized that no one had ever made anything quite like it since. And so it became kind of the perfect opportunity for us to try it and remake it.
Yeah. There are so many games that you could name, like you could talk about Deus Ex and Half-Life and even the second System Shock games that are, highly regarded in their own right and justifiably so. But I truly believe that System Shock was the impetus for everything that came after in terms of storytelling within games, regardless of the platform or whatever. It was an immersive world that you just got lost in, That brings up a good question, actually. When you first sit down and decide we're going to take this project on, this is a game that's loved by so many people, including yourself, and balancing like the expectations of what fans want or what they're expecting, and to try and put it into a modern day port, and the pressure of that has to be enormous. How do you even start to approach a project like this?
Well, we had to approach it multiple times.
Yes.
That's for one. I want to make that clear. We didn't get it right the first time, nor did, by all accounts, is it perfect in its current state.
Yeah.
But it just took a lot of experimentation, and we did things that made it more challenging for us. But in the end, I think the results are much better because of it. But we took, kind of a democratic approach to the design, because we had so many people on the team, again, that were so passionate about the project. They all had more or less their own opinions on how we should do things. And it didn't matter what their discipline was, whether they were an animator, an artist, or even the producer role. Everybody got to kind of weigh in on what it was that they wanted to do, even down to the most minute detail sometimes. Like, how do we want this one mechanic to behave in this scenario here? Well, is it like the original? Well, yeah, but maybe we should change it because it's going to offset this other thing that we did. And as a result, again, I think that the end product is extremely strong, and it kind of ticks all those boxes. But the development process was grueling because there really wasn't one person kind of dictating how things were going to be done. And everything kind of came down to compromise. Right.
The other thing that we'd be remiss if we didn't point out is how much of the direction we got from our Kickstarter backers. We said we were going to do something. We showed a demo of it, and when we talk about our various pivots and our setbacks, a large part of that was when we got feedback from the community that said, this isn't what we wanted, this isn't what you showed us. And we took that very, very seriously. When I say, to the fans out there listening, when I say I took it very seriously, the expression, put your money where your mouth is, we did.
Right.
A lot of those costs were paid directly, out of the Nightdive pockets, money that came from real people on there. And You know, so that we didn't take that stuff lightly. But when our fans told us that we had gone off in the wrong direction,
Mhm.
we course corrected on that.
Right. Did you come to the conclusion they were right, or it
Yes.
wasn't right? It wasn't just, or sometimes you have to. It's like if you're going to produce thinking from a musician standpoint, if you're going to produce an album, it's often best to get somebody else to mix it, someone else to look at it, because otherwise you'll make decisions that you think are right, but you can't stand outside of the thing and see it in its complete sort of form. You got a vision yourself, you know, and
I would also offer that it's the kind of thing, the groups that I respect most are the ones that are not afraid to show their work early on.
Mhm.
And you know, back in the day, the Who were working on this new concept. They were going to have an album where all the songs built on one another. You know, the first rock opera.
Right.
Well, the first time that they played any of that stuff in front of people, it was at Woodstock.
Right.
So nothing like getting 400,000 people to give you their opinion.
Yeah. Exactly. And also the like in terms of actually, I just lost the point of what I was going to get. Oh yeah, no, I remember. Making the decision to switch game engines right in the middle of a project. You know, it makes me think of it's a different thing, but it makes me think of Daikatana. You know, when they're working all in one different direction, and then they decide that things are going completely wrong because technology has gone completely ahead of them. So do they keep working with what they have, or do they drop everything, start over? It was a major decision.
I was just writing about this because I've been trying to process a lot of the thoughts that I've had over the last 7 years that have kind of led me here.
Mhm.
And I distinctly remember being about halfway through the Kickstarter, and I think we had already reached our goal. And we said to ourselves, well, how much further could we push this if we offered a console version?
Mhm.
And so we did. And as a result, we got more funding. But then the decision had to be made to drop Unity because up to that point, there had only been 1 or 2 games shipped on Unity across Xbox One and
Mhm.
PlayStation 4, I think, and they just did not perform that well.
Right.
Performance-wise, maybe not financially, of course, but they just didn't run well, and they were lackluster experiences. And so we went with the gold standard as far as cross-platform development goes. We switched to Unreal.
Right. Oh, and just to address, because a couple of people did mention it, and hopefully I'm not stepping over the boundary. There is going to be a console release of this at some point.
Absolutely.
You know.
We're finishing off the PC version, and we've already had console versions. That's both PlayStation and Xbox versions have started going through our QA process. We have a very rigorous QA process now.
Mhm.
We have an internal team. We have a outside agency that we use, Quantic Labs. They've been absolutely great to work with. And then our publisher does the final stage of QA on those. So it's a process that's guaranteed to try to find, you know, come as close to perfection as humans can. But it's also a time-consuming process. Our goal is to have the console builds available digitally and on the shelves by holiday season this year.
Excellent.
So not much longer.
Good. Yeah. The other thing that's actually this is a thing about the game that even throughout the whole development of it, and I used to drop by the Nightdive Twitch streams when Daniel would be doing texture work and whatnot, and changing the lighting and just adding stuff in, and it was just interesting to watch the project develop. And one of the things, of course, that we hadn't seen because you hadn't decided what to do was with cyberspace. Like in this game, cyberspace is probably one of the most divisive parts of the entire game. I personally really liked the original cyberspace idea, but I totally get how people would get into it and not know how to operate the thing. Even if you knew the controls, you couldn't figure how to go forward, backwards, and where to go and whatnot. And I was always curious how you were going to look into it. And from what I have seen, it looks like you basically took the quote descent route. Yep. And basically turned it into a flight sim which is essentially what it is.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah.
That was kind of our first instinct. We're like, let's just do a 6 Degree of Freedom.
Mhm.
Let's just make another game. I mean, it can't be that hard.
Yeah, well, no, sure, yeah. And
Let's
also
make another game and put it in the other game.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that I found was that the thing about the original Cyberspace was it was, I guess, an early '90s idea of almost like Tron. It was almost like an idea of what it would be like if you were suddenly digitized inside a computer, and everything, of course, is going to be wireframe. You know, you live in Battle Zone basically, and you're floating around in this weird atmosphere. But by today's standards, people just are like, this doesn't make any sense. You know. So I just wanted to say I like the direction that you took, but I think that's a good example of something that is paramount in this game to me. Like the cyberspace thing in the original game was definitive, but you took a totally different approach to it. Like most of the game, when I see what you've done with a lot of the different levels, it looks like System Shock. It doesn't seem like it's completely foreign. It looks unique and different, but there's something familiar about it all. But to be able to just sort of like, okay, with cyberspace, we have to do this. We can't do it this other way. You know what I mean?
It still shares a lot of the same kind of hallmarks.
Yeah.
Like the general aesthetic or the idea is still there. It's
Right.
just much more readable. And I think that was the biggest issue with the original, is that the walls were transparent and there was just a thin grid basically leading you around.
Right.
And so it was just difficult to see where you could and couldn't go. And I think as long as, you know, we updated that aspect of it, it plays and it kind of feels like the original, but without taking so many liberties that it feels alien.
No.
You know, there are a lot of things that we copied over, like the game of life. The patterns appear on the walls of the original, they appear in the remake as well. So there's little nods like that everywhere.
Yeah.
Where if we could, you know, copy it over and replicate it, we would, just so that there was yet another kind of instance of a foundation there to the original.
If you're one of those people who've spent a lot of time memorizing door codes, good news, they still work. So
there are some random things though. I think the reactor levels are still random, right? Because that was, I think, a great thing about the original game, is that you still had to play the game because you couldn't just get the 6 digits and just put the same 6 digits in every single time you played it.
Right.
Yes, speedrunners will be cursing us because it's going to be like one of those random seed type things, especially later on where there's other puzzles that have been randomized. So,
well, good.
Just in general, our goal is not to do one-to-one ports or recreations of classic games.
Right.
Our goal in there is to recapture the way that they made you feel when you played them the first time, and to bring that feeling to new audiences, and as memory for people that played the first ones. So, you know, probably the clearest example that I can give is from a non-System Shock game. When we were first working on Turok, if you played the original version of Turok, the pre-Nightdive version of it, the thing that was most obvious to you was the fog, right? You couldn't see very far. And the reason that the original team had made the decision about using the fog is they wanted to have greater visual acuity, greater detail, but the hardware wouldn't support very much of that. You were pushing the boundaries of that. So they said, how about if we do this? We use the fog to narrow the sight distance, but when we up all the detail there. Well, of course, modern hardware has changed, and so now you can play Turok as they would have wanted to do it. You can also go in there and change back to the fog setting if you want to see what that looks like, because we respect the original work. But this is what they intended. The same thing happened with Shadow Man. In the course of working from the source code, we found, Steve, 2 incomplete levels. I believe it was 2 incomplete levels that had been started, had been sketched out, but they ran out of time or resources. and we were able to complete those and put them into the game. So for fans of the franchise, that was the first time that they saw them, but they sure were going to feel authentic. It wasn't something that we made anew. It felt as though it was built by the designers of the original game, because it was.
Right. It again, I tend to use musical examples, being a musician and whatnot, right? But in my experience of teaching people, and say, for example, they're learning how to play a particular song, I've always found that you need to capture the essence of the song. You don't have to play every single note exactly the same. You don't have to play it completely identical, except there are times when you do. There are certain things that have to be there, or it's not the song. But that's because the essence of what it is contained in the detail. But the most important thing is the essence. And as long as you capture the essence of what it is you're trying to recreate, it gives you a little leeway to be able to adapt it in a way that, like you say, a way that you believe would have been done if the original developers had the tech, or the know-how, or whatever.
And that kind of brings us to a point about talking about some of the giants whose shoulders we stood on.
Mm-hmm.
We've been very fortunate in our history as Nightdive to have gotten to work with some of the greats in the game industry and some of the greats outside that. One of the first things that attracted me to Nightdive back in the early days, before I had joined, was Steve sat down with Harlan Ellison and did an interview about I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream.
Mm-hmm.
That was a story that was done, and Steve
I would
had
love to have been
also
a fly on the wall there. My God.
Steve had also done a story and then sat down an interview with Paul Neurath.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was on the homepage of Nightdive when I joined, and I was like, well, he's clearly somebody that respects the history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But for sure, yeah, no, absolutely.
Listen, I only say nice things about you, Steve, on interviews. I'll be back to insulting you, when we're in private.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I can. Well, the thing is, through all the humbleness and everything else, it's that this is the thing, though. I mean, it's like to me, a lot. Well, we were discussing it earlier about how your passion for stuff shows through, and no matter what, you might not be thinking of it as anything special because you're just doing what you like and it's enjoyable and whatnot. But then, if you look back on it and see what you've accomplished, you're sort of like, wow, holy crap, did I do that? This I don't even know how this happened, and I can see how that can be the case, but at the same time, you took the initial steps, and suddenly this is where you are today,
Well, thank you.
I don't know how else to put it. Another thing, and I know that people have been putting up questions on here, and sometimes I'm sort of letting them go by because they're talking about everybody has projects that they would love to see you guys tackle, and I know there's things that I'm sure that you are having the works that you can't really discuss or whatnot. Well, one of the things someone did mention, System Shock 2, of course, and right now, of course, the last thing on your mind is to do anything other than just release this.
That's not true. We have multiple projects going. We're very much heads down on System Shock 2 Enhanced Edition.
Mm-hmm.
And that's coming along great, and we're heading down the final stretches before completion on that. Right. So we do have that. We are working on multiple other projects. We have 3 other games that are currently in development. We run a number of teams. The System Shock team is big enough that it's its own thing. On the Keck side of things, which is where Samuel Villarreal, James Haley, Edward Richardson, the rest of our team are at. They are working on multiple projects also, most of which should be out before the end of this year.
Excellent. Yeah, because I mean, I also want to say that I'm one of those people. There are a number of us who think that you guys should take as much time as you possibly need to get things done the way that you want to get them done. So if you give us a release date, it's not going to be cast in stone until it's cast in stone. You know what I mean? It's like the demand from people to want to know when it's going to happen. I'd like it to happen when it's done, whenever that
So I
is.
think we'll just start shadow dropping stuff, and we're not going to announce dates at all.
Good for you. Good for you. Until you know. Until you, well, this is when it's
Yeah.
happening, you know. But until then, but like I would never want to pressure you into saying when things are going to happen because, oop, twiddly doo, somebody just did something.
It'll be out on a Thursday.
Perfect.
I'm not saying what Thursday. But
Yeah,
it'll be out.
yeah.
Okay, 20 something.
So I will
I'll live
tell
to
you,
see it.
I will tell you that we do have a game that's in development that's already been announced.
Mhm.
And while we specialize in doing old things, we do some of the old things in very new ways.
Right.
The next title that again has been announced and that's in development is a joint venture.
Mhm.
It's a Rise of the Triad Ludicrous Edition,
That's right.
and that is coming from Apogee,
Mhm.
New Blood, and Nightdive. And it's the first time. All of those names are, of course, pretty important in the history of games and the revival of
Absolutely.
classic games. It's the first time that we've ever worked together, and I think, as far as I know, it's the first time that three studios have ever worked together, have ever combined
Mhm.
on this type of project. So, should be very exciting.
And it's definitely a title that is another one of those that really requires the attention, that really deserves the attention. There's lots of things you can say about Rise of the Triad as a game because it's so there are so many bad levels that people have made of it over the years, and so many everything else. But if you look at the actual game itself, it's just a completely nutty. It's one of the strangest, most bizarre, awesome first-person experiences that's completely laughable, but at the same time, tremendous amount of fun. And maybe some of the levels were a little bit too massive, things like that. But as a game, as it's in and of itself, the fact that you guys are tackling it, I think is tremendous. You know. Oh, there's one other thing that I wanted to mention as well, and of course the recent acquisition by Atari, which and I know there are people who are like, oh no, here we go, you know, this is the end of everything, and I personally don't necessarily see that. I think it's an opportunity, isn't it? How are you guys looking at this whole situation with and your partnership now with Atari?
Well, it should be noted that as of, I don't know how, Larry, like a year now, year and a half, that Atari has been under completely new leadership.
Mm-hmm.
So the new CEO, Wade Rosen, is a longtime friend of ours, an early investor in Nightdive. And his love of classic games, I would say, even surpasses my own.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild to even consider that.
Yep.
But he's proved time and time again that that's where his heart and where his passion lies. And that's what Atari needed.
I lived through that era. I was a grown man during that era, and I don't remember the games that Wade brings up.
Oh,
Yeah.
But you know, again, we're really fortunate. I mean, I know I've been fortunate that I met Stephen at a time in my life that it was really important.
Mm-hmm.
Coming out of the corporate world of GameStop and having a chance to work at Nightdive, a place that allowed me and many of the other people to flourish.
Mm-hmm.
But Wade is very much of the cut of the same cloth. Wade looks at people, understands what you do well, and allows you to do more of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was something that was a logical growth stage for Nightdive Studios.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and also, I mean, I don't think it was the impression that I get, it was a decision to make. It wasn't like suddenly you thought, my God, we're going to need somebody to take over because we're not, we can't handle this, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It seems like a movement up as opposed to sort of it's not a move of desperation. It's one of like, this will be a good partnership to fulfill what we want to do within a company that has a similar vision,
And it was something that had been talked about and had been discussed for quite a while before we took steps to doing it.
Right.
But again, Wade was our external investor.
Yeah.
And while we met with Wade, we had 3 days of meetings after the Series A took place. Wade's instructions to us were, you know what you've been doing? Do more of it.
There you go. There you go. You think that that's why when someone wants to take a company, they say, oh, this company is doing a lot of great work, and hopefully they'll continue to do more of that great work. So we're going to help you out, and you do what you got to do, you know, and they let you do it.
That's been the nature of our partnership there. So,
yep. Excellent. I'm not sure if there's, I know there were some questions that flew by, but a lot of them are fairly, generic sort of stuff about what's coming up on games and and of course the big games that people want to do. I don't know if there's anybody that has anything else to add there about the waypoint system on easy difficulty. Doesn't see there's a waypoint for the game. There's no waypoints. There's no waypoint system in System Shock at all, is there?
Well, so that's a good point. There was a critique that we received kind of late, despite our best efforts, we decided to add in. So the next patch will have a waypoint system. It's very basic.
Yeah.
It's not very
right.
It's not a breadcrumb system. But yes, on the lowest difficulty for I think puzzles, or I forget which one it's going to be in, but there will be that in the upcoming patch.
Yeah,
so.
I must say, I mean, as an older gamer who's used to a lot of the old school "Where the hell am I" of the '90s, I totally understand that a lot of contemporary gamers who are so used to basically having, guide arrows, quest points, and things. Okay, well, I have to go over here, and you really don't have to necessarily know where you are. You just, I have to get to there. Oh, okay. Whereas in this game, especially in the original, and also I imagine in this one, there's a lot of where the hell am I? But I don't know, gamers from the '90s. I mean, I don't know where I was in the '90s. Through most of it. So
we'd survived Reagan, so we were just glad to be at the other side of that.
There you go.
Sorry, did I get political?
No, I don't think so. Nancy, you're talking. Was it Nancy you're talking about? No.
Absolutely. As Nancy Reagan famously commented about the waypoint system, just say no.
Just say no. There was something I always say. I mean, if you weren't lost in a game, then you never played a game from the '90s.
Right. I have to apologize to all of our viewers. If you expected to get through this interview without hearing one dad joke, you don't know me.
Yeah, will there be a console edition of the System Shock 1 Enhanced Edition? That's a different thing.
Yeah, there isn't any plan to do that. However, we've gotten pretty good at mapping a lot of controls to a controller lately. So I would say it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's not something that we're currently working on.
Right. But you never know.
Yeah, that would be kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, they're going to want fast travel next. That's right.
Yeah, well, you got the elevators. I mean, you just have to walk to them.
Oh, and also great job with the elevator music. There you go.
Yes, that was like the first piece of music that was ever written.
Yeah.
And I've probably listened to that more than anything else over the last 8 years.
Yeah. You just can't not have some kind of allusion to the original, that sort of thing. It's the best elevator music ever. Absolutely. I guess we've pretty much covered everything. Listen, guys, thank you ever so much for taking part of this. It's been a real treat to be able to talk to you guys. We've corresponded lots of times over the years, Stephen, and it's a great chance to actually speak with you.
Yeah, this isn't the first time we've done this, is it?
Yeah, it is. We've never done an actual talking thing. We've chatted on Discord and on Twitter, and
I think I came into one of your streams one night and just started handing out System Shock keys.
You did?
I do remember that. Yeah.
Yep. They weren't God keys though, but that was okay.
Well, this is my first time here, but I'll come back and we can shoot the breeze about music. So
Yeah, there,
there
you go. Absolutely. Listen, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm going to take a very short little break so that I can flip things over, and we're going to take a look at the actual game for the very first time. I've seen a little bit of it earlier this afternoon, and I played a bit just to get things going to make sure that it, it was all running well and captured and all that stuff. So I'm really looking forward to jumping into it. So to everybody here, just stick around, and I will be right back.
Cheers, everybody. Bye-bye.
What's up, guys? Happy System Shock launch day. Do you like my look? Hello, insects. It's way too early right now, but I'm so excited and I'm so happy to be here doing the System Shock launch stream with you guys in my cool little makeup look. I tried my best. I'm no a makeup expert, but it's got like the cool little tendrils and stuff. I didn't really have green to use, so I did my best. Aw, thanks guys. Welcome everybody to Nightdive Studios live streams hosted by me, Miss Slaughter. Today we're going to be taking a look at the recently released, long-awaited System Shock Remake. And we're going to have a guest on today. Joining me will be Daniel. He's one of System Shock Remake's lead producers, and also a master of lore, and probably could talk about System Shock like until he's blue in the face. So today will be your chance to ask him questions about the development, about the game, whatever you guys want to know about, all things System Shock. So I'll be having him on in just a minute here. We got to get him in a call, and then we'll be jumping into the game. I do have the game updating really quick, just so we can get the fresh final game going. And then, yeah, we'll jump right in. We'll start from the beginning. Because those of you that may not be able to get it today, today's still going to be fun. If you're here on the stream watching the game, you can still have fun with us. I'm glad you guys are here. It's going to be so fun. Okay, so let me get Daniel in the call here with me, and then we might have to do some quick little audio mixing here. But we have joining us actually Joe as well. He's our head of marketing, operations, all that good stuff. He is the man behind all of the magic of giving keys away, and all the marketing campaigns and all the cool graphics you see and all of the communications between all of the teams and everything. So he's been doing a lot, and I really appreciate his support and help on doing these live streams as well, because he's been helping me a lot as well. And then we have Daniel here with us, the lead producer. Do you guys want to say hi? Maybe a little bit about yourself. I don't know if Joe's going to join us. He is in the call just in case he wants to, but Daniel's here though.
Yes. Hey everybody. Hope you're all having a great day out there.
Awesome.
Yeah, my name is Daniel, and I am aware of many hats on this project. But it's very nice to be here and finally see this game come out. It's been a while.
Hasn't it?
But yeah, oh yes, absolutely. But no, everybody at Nightdive is absolutely thrilled that we can finally deliver the game that we set out to deliver 7.5, 8 years ago.
I mean, I bet you it just feels all the more amazing though, the fruits of your labor finally coming to fruition.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. It's been an absolute roller coaster ride. You could, I honestly mean it when I say that you could write a book on the development of the history of this game's development.
Oh,
but
man,
we're finally at the end of that roller coaster ride.
well, I'm sure we got a lot to talk about today, since it's been quite the roller coaster.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
But the main thing is now it's out and finally get to share it.
Exactly. I've been so excited looking at everybody's first impressions and their reviews, and how they've just been so thrilled and excited, and it's clearly an amazing remake, even though I haven't even gotten through it all the way. I've played a decent chunk of it. But yeah, I'm excited to see what comes after all of the things I've seen so far, especially since this is me becoming a System Shock fan now as an adult, since I wasn't able to as a kid, since it was a hidden gem that flew under my radar.
Yes, a game that flew under most people's radars, but with with Looking Glass games, it's always one of those grower hits that people will eventually come to and realize, oh, actually that was really quite good. It did things in a very unusual way for the time back then.
Absolutely,
and
like a sleeper hit that people started to appreciate later, like a cult hit.
Yes. And we definitely wanted to carry the spirit of the original game through into this remake.
From what I've been reading in the reviews, like through everybody who's actually been through the game and have seen everything, they say it's true to spirit, like in the best way possible. So I'm really excited to go through the remake and then play the classic to see how it compares.
Yep, that's exactly what we set out to do, to capture the spirit of the original and get it in the best form that we could.
And still in that like modern, aesthetic as well, like the retro modern that we've been seeing a lot of lately. Like it captures that 90s feel along with that modern retro feel. So you get like best of both worlds, and I think that's really awesome, especially in this like opening cutscene here. It's kind of like where I'm getting the most of those like modern retro vibes.
And like a lot of what you'll see today, just flying through here, this went under a few changes before we settled on a final look. But our art team are absolutely incredible when it came to just keeping going and getting the visuals absolutely spot on for what we wanted to create for this.
Right, like iteration after iteration and then switching things up.
Yes, absolutely.
I always love that when a team can just adapt,
Yeah. Some little Easter eggs, if anybody's familiar with some of Nightdive's other releases. There's some there's some secrets hidden in that little flyby that some people might notice.
True. Yes, there are some references I hear and little Easter eggs. Okay, I'm gonna try here to make the performance a little bit better because it's a little bit choppy here. So could be just my computer. It's time for an upgrade, you guys.
No worries. Yes, in the original game, you only get a glimpse of the hacker's apartment in the introductory cutscene, and we saw this as an absolutely golden opportunity to get it in a state where you can actually walk around the apartment, explore a little bit of the hacker's personality, what he might be like. I mean, the desk that the player will sit down in front of is very much inspired by real life. As of right now, there are several soda cans and cider bottles in front of me, so very true to life.
I just love that little squishable donut there. Ever since I started playing the demo, the donut has just, it's made me have a compulsion to squish it every time I walk by it. I just love how interactive everything is in the room as well.
I believe the bird on the table, I think we nicknamed Benny.
That's very cute. I love that. Oh, wouldn't it be nice to have one of these just built into the wall everywhere you go? Coffee machine. Never be without.
One every 5 feet.
Oh man, that's like the human dream right there.
Absolutely.
I just I'm a gamer who's very partial to attention to detail, so I love the fact that there's so much interactivity as well. It kind of reminds me of like the interactivity you would see in a Build's Engine game, where you can just, for the hell of it, turn on the light switch if you want, or flush the toilet. Like, it's just, you don't have to have that mechanic, but it's just cool that you do, because there's like attention to detail, like I said, and being able to immerse yourself further in the world.
Absolutely. We also saw this as an opportunity to sneak some other things in. So that little speech that some might have heard on the radio, we were looking. Well, I was looking through the manual one day, and there were some quotes for some trapped women employees in there, and I thought, it would be really cool if we could get that in the apartment in some way. So we designed it as a radio broadcast. Just small things like that.
Yeah.
Any little reference from the original game that we could get in there.
Oh, that's so
We decided
cool.
to just try and grab with both hands.
Yeah, definitely. And like the fans, especially because this is such a cult hit and a cult classic, that like the fans are cult-like fans, not in a bad way, obviously, but like they love that fan service. You know what I mean? And those references from the original System Shock that they grew up with or played when they were in high school or in college, or I was 1 year old when the original System Shock came out, so
Wow.
that dates me. Yup. But I was still lucky enough to grow up with a lot of retro games that I'm in love with today because of my uncle. He was in his 20s when I was younger, so he was showing me like Serious Sam and Doom and Quake and Unreal Tournament and all the good stuff from the 90s. But this is one of the ones that he may have played but didn't show me. So I'm just so excited to be here with Nightdive discovering it, but in a new reimagined way for the first time. That's super exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make you a deal.
Yes, it's crazy to think. I think this game is almost 30 years old now.
It's crazy to think about because like the 90s doesn't even seem like that long ago. Honestly, it doesn't seem like 30 years ago. That's crazy.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. This is Shodan, the station's AI.
There's
She
our
controls
girl.
just about every system on Citadel Station. I need you to remove the ethical restraints. They've been a bit of an issue of late.
Oh yes, there she is.
Yes, Sir Kane, the toilet can be flushed. The third player sneaking into the computer room at night because my friend's dad didn't want us to play Quake, only to play Quake. There's so many stories I've heard from, my friends that are, were teenagers in the 90s and they were sneaking into their school's computer lab to play Doom, Deathmatch, or, get the latest shareware and play that.
Sneaking downstairs, switching on the computer and connecting the 56k modem and hoping the sounds wouldn't wake up the parents who were asleep upstairs. Yes.
Or hoping they wouldn't pick up the phone and realize you were using the internet.
Yeah.
Good times, good times.
An hour to download a 10 megabyte file, I think.
Right? 3 hours to download a song,
Yeah.
That's good, Evil Shooter, because I've noticed a lot of the new generations are starting to, discover and love retro shooters and retro games from the 90s. They're kind of you guys are the ones kind of keeping them alive, Which is great, because that's basically like our whole mission statement here at Nightdive.
Yep, absolutely. Try and preserve that which was once deemed lost.
Exactly.
Done it before, and we definitely hope to do it again.
Fresh victims for the ever-growing
So
army
many
of
people
the
out there like
undead.
me that, like I said earlier, missed this one growing up, and now they get a chance to become a
Fresh
fan.
victims for the ever-growing army of the undead.
All right.
Absolutely, and now with some little modern touches. Most of the base game is there, but there are just some little modern creature comforts in there that really help bring it to a modern, bring it to modern sensibilities, like just some frequent autosaves and things like that.
Absolutely, yes. Things that modern gamers have come to, use and be
Fresh
familiar
victims
with a
for the
lot, so
ever-growing
it's kind
army
of
of
like
the
jarring if you were to play something that wouldn't have like autosave nowadays or something.
Yes.
Fresh victims for the ever-growing army of the undead.
Thank you, Sir Kane, so much for all the
Fresh
subs.
victims for the ever-growing army of the undead.
I guess Caleb's part of the conversation too, so.
He's having a great time in the top left there.
Victims for the ever-growing army of the undead.
Phantom says, question is, after 7 years of being fan-funded development with quite a few potholes along the way, how does it feel to finally have this launched?
Oh, it's a very special kind of relief. Personally, I've had just the nerves and the knots in my stomach. If I sound a bit nervous right now, it's because there's been very little sleep. I grabbed a quick nap just before the stream myself, but no, it's absolutely great to have this finally out and delivered on what we promised.
Absolutely.
About 7.5 to 8 years ago. Steve Kick, I'm sure everybody knows who that is. I think was asked recently something along the lines of, so what has changed since we initially started the campaign? And I think Steve turned around and said, "Well, I have a 4-year-old son now."
Yeah, that's a big life change throughout development.
Yep. Absolutely.
That's so awesome, though. I mean, yes, like ideally we shouldn't crunch in games, but we do it sometimes because we're just passionate about it. You know, like you said, that you haven't gotten a lot of sleep this past week or so, probably month or two, leading down the pipeline to launch. But, you know, to get this out, like your baby that you've been working on for so long, you know, sometimes, you know, you just sacrifice that little bit of sleep. You know, just to make sure everything goes off without a hitch, and you know, you can be proud of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it can be down to just raw passion. Sometimes, well, not sometimes. A lot of times, I'll find myself in Unreal Editor because I was also doing a fair bit of level design on this project as well. I don't know if some of you in the chat might remember, but it might have been about 3, maybe 3.5, 4 years ago, where I was doing the streams on this very channel, creating the levels in the BSP brushes that Unreal comes built in with, and just getting the shape of the levels in a 3D environment, so everybody could then go in and kind of put the art on top of.
Oh, that's so awesome. Like, everybody that was there for those streams got to see a little, like, pre-alpha peek at System Shock, huh? You building those levels, yeah.
Yeah, I think some of those are still on our Nightdive YouTube page to this day. You can see me wearing the old Huddersfield Town local team sports shirt back then. But yeah, it was those were some special times, and just getting into the editor, and I would get lost for hours just blocking out these levels, and then I'd look at the clock and I think, oh well, I could go to bed, but this level's about 95% done. I could just keep going and get it done. It might take another hour, but I don't really care, because just for me personally, just the love for the original game is there, and it still always will be. I think even though working on this game, I will most likely still, maybe once or twice, maybe finding myself going back and playing the original, just because I just love it so much and what it's done for just gaming as a whole, as well as just everybody associated with it.
I bet, honestly, that must have been so exciting for you to be a super fan, getting to work on the remake, and, you know, like you said, that passion carried you into the wee hours of the night as you were blocking out or levels, you know, and you know, it's just that's the best part, I think, about working on one of the best parts of working on a game is if you're a big fan of it, you know. And I mean, you get to see it from a different light, you know, being part of the development rather than being a consumer that, you know, doesn't have an insight to it, and it just has to wait for it to release. And you know, some people may argue in development that might ruin a game that you're a fan of, like if you have to work on it, especially because, you know, roller coaster rides happen with development, and, you know, potholes happen and like hard times and everything, but it's what matters is how you get through it and getting the project to completion. And like we've seen here after 7 years with System Shock, like that's crazy. Like Nightdive never stopped, and they knew they wanted to deliver a good product to the fans, and they did. So
yeah, absolutely. And the whole team behind it are absolutely thrilled. We've got some great people working on this. We've got some real characters. We're a small team. It may surprise a lot of people in this chat. You might think, wow, several programmers have worked on this project for a long time, but for the majority of this project, we've had a single programmer working on this project, and he is. Yeah, it's insane for a project of this scope.
yes.
But our programmer has worked so hard. The art team have worked so hard, and like I say, we're just so delighted to get this finally out for everybody to enjoy.
I bet. And I love that you said that, because I think a lot of fans out there may not know the scope of the team and like how many, like you said, programmers and artists that we had working on this. You know, it's, you know, when you have a team that small, it's going to take a while to get something of this caliber and scope out, you know, with high quality.
We set the bar up for ourselves incredibly high. Some might say foolishly high, but we just love the original so much, and we really wanted to deliver the absolute best that we could. And it's gotten to that point now where we felt, yep, this is ready to go out and for people to enjoy.
Yep, and you did it with the resources that you had. It's that raw passion speaking right there, is how against all odds in a small team of a game of a large scope and a cult following and like great reputation that kind of pioneered, you know, immersive sims and everything. Like it was big shoes to fill, and Nightdive did the dang thing like they always do.
Come heck or high water. Yes, we've got some of them in the chat right now. I can see some very familiar names in the chat.
Heck yeah. Make yourselves known if you're not shy. Like, I don't want to pressure anybody to chat if they don't want to, but this is your day. The team's day. Like, this is all you've been working for over the past 7 years.
Yes. It's absolutely time to take a moment, stop and celebrate just everything that has come. So, some of us have had to learn so much. For example, just speaking for myself, I didn't know a thing about Unreal 4 really when I started this project. I came from an Unreal Engine 2 background, and when my roles on the project kind of expanded, it was like, okay, you're going to start learning Unreal 4, and I know it quite well, but so many people on this team as well have had so many curveballs thrown at them with learning stuff, but they've all taken to it absolutely spectacularly.
Absolutely. Like that's a big ask too, you know, like learning a brand new engine, especially one that's like pretty convoluted and complicated like Unreal compared to, you know, other more accessible engines like Unity and stuff. Like it's a lot. And the fact that you said that you've worn many hats on the project as well, level designing, producing, you know, writing probably. I know there's a lot of people that have, you know, you being a lore master and all, I'm sure you had a good hand in the writing.
Yes, both myself and Nick, we formed a good duo. I can see Nick in chat right now, but yes, it was a treat. Getting to actually write lines for Showdown. If you'd have told me 8 years ago, you know, you're gonna be writing lines for Showdown, I would have just been like, get out of here. You're fabricating.
You're out of your mind.
But yeah. But no, it's been an absolute thrill, and we've got some things in. Again, this was a golden opportunity to take some things that were potentially unused from the original game and get them into this version. So
Oh,
people
definitely.
who visit, the people might be very familiar with a website called the Cutting Room Floor, that has a bunch of unused content from games. If you are very familiar with, System Shock, unused assets, you might find some delight in some of the things that we've reused for this game. We didn't have to, but we just thought, this is a golden opportunity to
Yeah,
try
why
and do
not?
stuff.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's there. Might as well put it to good use.
Honestly, can't think of a better use for just forgotten, unused assets,
Mm-hmm.
So, those of you that pre-ordered should get the System Shock 2 Enhanced Edition with your game.
It's it'll be I think it's a pre-order right now. We've got people working hard on it, and it'll
Yes,
be
that's
coming
coming
along soon. Yes.
Heck yeah, it's so exciting to see all the excitement in chat too, and everybody who's here hanging out, whether they're probably playing it right now themselves or just watching.
Playing along.
Yeah, playing along. Can't get enough System Shock, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, our favorite hacking mini games here. We always have such a good time when we stream System Shock on the channel when we do these. We're always jamming out to the music and like
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
blasting our way through.
Yeah, the cyberspace in the original game was very it was very wireframey. It was very difficult to maybe tell where you were going. So in this version again, absolute credit to the art team. They went through kind of several iterations before we settled on the look that we wanted, but again, just absolutely nailed it.
Agreed.
And we have a very unique looking cyberspace.
I just love the color palette and just how it's kind of like a labyrinth, but it's not too frustrating or confusing to find out where you need to go. It's like more exciting than anything, like getting to barrel roll around cyberspace and like kind of just take all these lights in and like the colors, and it honestly feels immersive in the sense of like you know that you're out of Citadel Station for the time being and you're kind of just in another world and like getting lost in it, and that's what I kind of like about it.
Yeah, it definitely would be considered a break from the we had deliberate phrases, so we called this cyberspace, and we'd call outside of cyberspace meat space. So yes, it's definitely breaks between meat space and cyberspace. It was interesting to work on these levels. Went through several revisions, like everything did. I have a folder containing quite a few scrap levels before we would go back and say we should go in this direction. We would revise things. Lots of time was spent for me personally building these levels, and it was really fun to do. It was kind of cathartic in a way. We've had a hard day, placing bodies and bones and guts and blood. Let's do some 6th degree of freedom planning for cyberspace and see what we can do. And the level design, in a lot of cases, if you are very familiar with the layout of the original levels, you might feel as if, hang on, this feels kind of familiar. And we based these levels quite close to the original game's levels, but just giving it that extra sort of 1.1 boost.
Right, yeah, definitely shows from the feedback that we've gotten from players that are fans of the original too, like how they've kind of echoed what you said, and it was easy to get lost in the original, and now this one is like, it's a spectacle, but also a little bit challenging on the orientation and figuring out where to go, but at the same time not too frustrating. Like, it's fun. It's more fun than frustrating, and that's like what every game designer wants to go for usually, unless like the opposite is their vision.
Absolutely. Some fans will notice on the walls. You can see that pattern just there on the wall to your right, I think. That's Conway's Game of Life. That was in the original game, but it's a little sort of thing that you can do in cyberspace where it's on Wikipedia, but Conway's Game of Life is kind of like this expanding lights sort of puzzle. You can shoot the tiles and you can create your own game of life, and if you get the pattern just right, you can watch it sort of creep along the walls and
So
things like that.
cool.
It was something we saw in the original, like we've just got to have that back, because cyberspace kind of wouldn't be the same without that.
Right,
that
it's
little
almost
touch.
like meta in a sense. Like, yeah, it's hard to explain, but that's like really cool. Like, and if you didn't pick up on that, I would be bummed if I missed out on that, you know? So that's cool that you and the team were like, we need to put this back in. Like, because everyone that appreciated it in the old one will hopefully catch on now and appreciate it all over again in the remake.
Yep. We might be able to get Stephen in for 30 minutes, if that's okay.
Oh yeah, I would love that. Sure, chat would
Okay.
too.
Right, I'll get him into the call.
Heck yeah. You guys get Kicker himself in chat. Just make sure he's turned up and everything too, so everyone can hear y'all well.
There we go. Hey, Steve.
Perfect.
Hello.
Hello. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's out, Steve. We did it.
Is this real life?
Yeah.
So, what are we doing next?
We've honestly just been chatting about the development and everything and answering some questions as we go along. So feel free to feed chat whatever info that you'd like, because I know they're hungry.
Sure. Well, yeah, I was watching the stream for a little while, and yeah, it's fun hearing it from Dan, because I think besides maybe Matt, you've been on the team the longest.
I think, yes. I think that might be correct. It's close.
And I think you could probably ultimately thank Dan for all of this, just because after we put out System Shock 2 back in 2013, I think Dan asked me at least once a day when we were going to re-release the original System Shock.
Not too far from the truth.
Yeah, I've been reminiscing and answering a lot of questions about that recently, and I remember when I think Alex had released his Mouselook mod for System Shock, and we were trying it out, and we're like, oh my god, this game is so good again. We should remake the whole thing like this.
And then 7.5 years later.
Like 8 years from that moment, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan's fault.
Yep, all my fault, blame me. Yeah, it's just another one of those things, you know. If you told me 10 years ago you're going to be remaking one of your favorite games, I'd be just like, nah, you're pulling my leg.
It looks great even on low settings. Can I just point that out real quick? I put it on everything on low, and this looks fantastic. Like another achievement for the remake right here. And better performance. Look at that.
Yes, and Nightdive is, as I think as many people know, a 100% distributed team. So parts of this game were made in California, other parts, you know, all the way to Romania, to Huddersfield, England, where I'm from. It really is a distributed, almost global effort, and it became trendy to work from home not too long ago. Won't say the reasons why, but yeah, we kind of were a little bit trailblazing before our time, weren't we, Steve?
Yeah, definitely. I would like to talk about that, but Phantom has a question, Dan, that you can answer. They wrote, so many games add a quest journal. This remake follows the original first-person shooter style with no quest journals, just logs to guide you. What went into that choice for this remake? I personally am glad you went that direction, personally myself. Well done.
Well, it's just looking at the original game, and the original game wasn't too handholdy. Like they could have most likely gotten some kind of a quest log or something like that in there, and to have a environment that you can kind of explore freely without being told, without being handholded too heavily. It was something that I really wanted to do, because a lot of games these days will hold your hand and kind of guide you quite carefully. But this is just like, it's the immersive sim thing of this is a world, we want you to explore it, take it slow, pick up as many things as you can, and just kind of get lost in the world. And we find that kind of missing in a fair few games today, or I do personally. So
I
to
agree,
have something like
honestly.
this again, to have something like this again, we kind of felt, this might be a breath of fresh air for people who kind of missed that stuff and wanted to again. And so we took that risk on saying, let's not handhold the player too much. You're going to have to stop. You're going to have to pick up those audio logs. You're going to have to do a good listen and do a good pay attention to the world around you. And that's ultimately what makes System Shock at the end of the day, and we didn't really want to remove that and kind of not spoil, but change it to be too different. The original stands up on its own. We have always felt that. That's why we were just like, okay, this game really does stand up on its own. We just want to give it a fresh coat of paint and our little spin on things. So I hope that answers the question.
I
Yeah, we
really
knew that
respect
decision would
that
be-
decision, honestly, to not handhold, because I see that in a lot of AAA games nowadays, where it's tutorials through the whole game, or character callouts. Like, hey, if you go over here, you can find this thing. You know what I mean? It's like, well, that should be a accessibility option. I don't think it should be like the default experience. I think a lot of players want that kind of level of freedom to explore and like find things out for themselves without having things just like guided for them or their handheld, like you said. So I really respect that decision, because it wasn't one to take lightly nowadays, because a lot of people are used to that, like you said.
Yeah, and we're also tying a fair amount of this into the difficulty system. So we have plans fairly shortly after launch to actually get some waypointers in, but that will only be for a certain difficulty that you can choose. So if you choose story difficulty 1, we're looking to kind of get that in there, because some players might genuinely be lost, and we don't want people to have necessarily a bad time if they do want that.
Right.
So we're keeping it tied to the difficulty, but if you don't want that, you can just choose I think it's story difficulty 2, and you can enjoy the original game how it was designed.
There's something for everyone, and that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I did an interview just recently where we were talking about that, about not holding the player's hand and having respect for the player, and just assuming that they were smart, and not bashing them over the head with tutorials and that type of thing. And they had said something that really kind of stuck with me, and it was that it felt like a long dormant part of their brain was waking up again like their synapses were reconnecting from their youth, you know, when we were all playing N64 games or Super Nintendo games or what have you, and there really wasn't any way to teach the player how to play the game outside of just exploring and kind of immersing yourself in the mechanics from the get-go. And I think that's why, especially people have such a fondness for retro games, is because those feelings of, you know, achievement, like basically figuring stuff out on your own, and getting kind of that self-satisfaction of knowing that you were the one behind, you know, solving the puzzles or getting to the next level or whatever. And it seems like a lot of modern games just kind of forego that, and instead they just spoon feed them the answers, especially when things start to get tough. And so it was very risky, I think, that decision of just like how close to the original do we want this to really be. And yeah, I'm glad about our choice. I know that it's still going to be divisive. I'm waiting for some negative Steam reviews to come in going, I'm lost, I don't know what to do. But thankfully, you know, like Dan mentioned earlier, the level design and everything like that is so reliant on the original that there's strategy guides that have been out there for almost 30 years. So if you do get stuck, the answers are out there just in case. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, we also took some time to look at the levels and think, okay, we can add some nice little shortcuts in here. It's a bit like sort of, I know people might hate the term, but it's quite Metroidvania in terms of, well, this door in the original didn't kind of go anywhere, but now, because of, you know, the level design that we've been able to do, this door now opens a shortcut, a handy shortcut back to a place that you might have already visited. And it was just stuff like that we could, yeah, let's do that. It doesn't take anything away. It only kind of enhances the player's ability to explore. So that was another thing that I think came together quite well.
Hey Dan, we just passed the Steam Deck in the top sellers list, so we are at number 3 currently.
Wow, that is excellent.
Love
And
that.
I mean, we're number 1 if you count games that aren't free to play. So
That's true. On the Steam Power, on the Steam Store, I click the little button that says hide free-to-play games, and if you don't count the Steam Deck, I think we've been number 1 in the UK, I think, all day at this point, which, I mean, again, is just absolutely thrilling.
Amazing.
It's so exciting to see just after all this hard work. It's paying off, and we've delivered something that hopefully resonates with a lot of people out there.
It almost feels surreal, I bet, honestly. And the fact that, like, this is also a dream come true for you, Daniel, like how you were talking about how I never thought I'd be writing lines for Shodan, but here I am, you know, and now the game is out. So this must feel crazy for you, especially it being number 1 in the UK, too.
Yep. I had a chat with we call him Puzzleman in the office, but we have somebody designing the puzzles for us, and I was having a chat with him, and he said he was doing a little dance around his hotel apartment when he heard the news. So yeah, it's really thrilling.
Oh, I love that. Oh no, get well soon. Okay.
Some strong lighting in that room.
Yeah.
And also, there was another thing that we looked at from the original game. So when you had some junk items in your inventory, what you could do was you could vaporize it, and it wouldn't really do anything other than just kind of get rid of the item. But it was another opportunity where we thought, what could we potentially do with this? And so we had the try credits around the map. We put them around as a fun little Easter egg, but the two designs kind of came in around the same time, where we thought, okay, well, we'll have the player be able to vaporize these things, and they get something from it, and then you can take that that piece of scrap that you got, and you can take it to a machine, and you can get money for it. And then we thought, well, what will the player be able to buy with that stuff? And so we came across just the idea of, well, let's let the player upgrade their weapons and buy stuff from vending machines. That was something that wasn't in the original game, is that you could upgrade the weapons that you had. So again, it was just taking that idea of what's there, what could we do extra with it, and I think it came out really well in the end.
Definitely. It's cool, like, the iteration sense, again, like we were talking about earlier too, is that just the idea that you were building on there, you know, like, we have a concept, and then how can we make it better and more immersive? Because I do like the option to recycle and get credits to kind of help yourself out through your journey through the Citadel station, because some spots can get pretty tight, you know, like here. I just got my first death today.
So the gun that you have there is the mag pulse. Oop. The gun that you have there is the mag pulse. So the game has an underlying sort of RPG system in there, where some guns will be more effective against certain enemies. So that gun, for example, is very, very effective against robots. But if you use that against
Like
the more fleshy
stuff.
targets,
Yeah.
you won't be getting very far with them. So
Definitely. That was definitely me panicking, for sure.
that's okay. But yeah, just something else that we didn't want to lose from the original. Just have interesting weapons, and also have new and interesting ways on how they work as well. So a lot of a lot of modes in the original game were you just kind of fire and that's it. But you know, with the mag pulse, for example, you can charge it up for a better shot, and it's about getting the mod kits as well that will help enhance those weapons too.
Absolutely. I do love that you have to pay attention to the weapon types, because that also just increases the immersion in an immersive sim. You know what I mean? It's like you have to be... It's kind of like those hyper-realistic milsim games that come out, you know, where it's like you have to know which ammo goes with which gun. You can't just pick up a magazine and throw it into any gun, like in some games. You know what I mean? Like, you have to know what works with what. And like you said, with the enemy types, like... the mag pulse isn't going to work with the fleshy types, and they're going to work with the robots though, because it's like an EMP. So it's like stuff like that just kind of immerses you further, is I think what players that are fans of System Shock are looking for, and what they appreciate too. Like, that's a player like me. Like, I love being, like I said, detail oriented, and being able to interact with the environments, and like those like subtle nuances in the game design as well. Like, I appreciate those.
Yeah, don't try cramming 9mm into your shotgun.
Exactly,
you're not gonna get very far. but yeah, it's very much a game where you always have to be thinking about what you have, what you need, what you want, and we have the System Shock 2 style Tetris inventory, because it's sitting down in a corner and rearranging your inventory while there are monsters all over the place out to get you.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, I just got ganged up on, unfortunately. But the cutscene is so cool when you die that I'm not even mad about it, ever. Like, I love seeing myself get turned into a Cortex Reaver.
This was what we call an Evelyn special. I believe she worked on this cutscene, and yeah, just again, outstanding work. Exactly what we had. And initially, this screen here, it said "Game Over" on it, and I was like, no, it's not saying "Game Over."
No.
It's going to say, "As a cyborg, you will serve Shodan well," coming from the
so much
coming from the
better.
original game. And yeah, it was just like the perfect moment to have something like that again from the original game. Just bring it over.
Agreed. It hits a lot different and a lot harder than Game Over. I will say that.
Mm-hmm.
I got about 5 minutes before I got to bounce to a quick meeting, but I could come back.
Yeah.
Is there a last question somebody has that I can answer before I take a hiatus?
Any questions from chat?
Yeah, sorry, Steve. I realized we invited you into this call, and I've been doing most of the talking.
No worries.
Sorry about that.
I've been reading reviews and looking at Steam and just trying to enjoy it. We did get one negative review on Steam already, and all it says is Kickstarter goal was reached. No news about goal until release. They failed to deliver that goal. I don't know what that means.
It does not compute because I'm playing the game right now.
Yeah. But everything else is positive, so you know.
Good. Yeah, the rest, especially when it doesn't make sense, the rest is just noise.
Today is a day for positivity for me. I've personally, I'm not paying any attention to any of the naysayers. This has been such a hard project, and it's so different behind the scenes. You can sit there and you think, oh man, I can't wait until this game comes out, and you're on the side just, you know, frantically kind of polishing away. The release date is getting ever closer, but yeah, it's just there's been so much love and hard work poured into this game that I personally am not going to be focusing on any of the naysayers and stuff like that tonight, because I know personally how much hard work it's taken to get something out like this. Just of this scope and size. It's personally the absolutely huge achievement for myself and many others on the team as well. So again, it's my sort of congratulations going out to them.
And for it to be so well received too already, so that's just more things to be excited and proud about this achievement. Yeah, we were always told, don't look at the comments when your game comes out, because you know you want to keep that mental piece going, and you know the story behind your hard work in the game that you worked on for years on end, not some random person on the internet that had nothing to do with it. So
and I mean, that's not to say we're not paying attention to all feedback. You know, we're going to be looking at stuff, finding, you know, the issues, and there will be a patch. There you know, inevitably is with these kinds of things, because these things are incredibly complicated and difficult to make. But you know, we'll get there, and yeah, we'll be getting there.
Okay, I gotta head off for a little bit, but if you are still playing when I'm done, I'll try to hop back in.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be here for a while. I need me some System Shock today, so.
Take care, Steve.
Yeah, have fun, and thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Steven. Have a good meeting.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
See ya.
I actually am a huge fan of these little puzzles here. Like, when I first started playing them, they were besting me, but then the more I played the demo, and then I was able to complete them in like less than 10 seconds sometimes. So it's cool to see the change between the old build that I've been playing on versus now, and how the puzzles look a little bit different though. So it's cool to see something new.
Yeah, for the longest time, we didn't have somebody dedicated to making these puzzles. It was a case of we'll get around to it when we get around to it, and then sort of the months would carry on, and we were still like, oh, we've still got the same puzzle. What are we going to do? So I knew someone mutually, Mike Park and he came on board and has been absolutely fantastic getting these new puzzles in. He's a puzzle designer. That's what he does. He loves doing that stuff. He's been on several UK game shows as well. I'm not sure if people are familiar with game shows such as The Chase, 15 to 1, Eggheads, things like that. So I saw this as an absolutely golden opportunity to say, hey, you like making puzzles? Do you want to see what you can do on a game? And he absolutely jumped in with both feet at the chance, and I think he's done an absolutely outstanding job.
Yeah, these are really well done. I agree, because I've played a lot of like grid style puzzles in other games over the years, and like these tend to be they seem like the most simplest to design, but they're actually really tedious on like not making them repetitive. And I've played so many games with a lot of circuit breaker style puzzles, and a lot of them just tend to be repetitive, and these ones don't strike me as repetitive. They're like different every time, and I can approach them differently every time, not just, you know, they're not predictable. So he knocked it out of the park with the puzzles for sure. Nobody likes an overly frustrating puzzle in a game too, at least speaking for me and people like me, you know, playing games. But especially as an adult, you know, we come home from work and we're like, we want to, you know, have fun and not any unnecessary stress. I mean, if you're like somewhat of a masochist like me and you play Doom Eternal when you come home from work sometimes, like, you know, like I get it, but at the same time there's days where I come home and I'm like, no, I don't need anything hard and stressful right now. I just want to be able to coast and have a good time. And System Shock does that with the puzzles. Like, I don't ever find myself too frustrated with them, and I that's an achievement for me, and that's something I really appreciate in games that are puzzle heavy.
Yeah, there are a nice variety of these sprinkled around, and we kept the logic probe from the original game, so if people are having a tough time with the puzzles and you do have a logic probe, you just slot it into the slot on the left there and it will instantly solve the puzzle for you. Unfortunately, you don't have one right now, but yeah, just one of those things from the original that we were like, yeah, it's got to stay.
Yep. I honestly didn't find myself using those very often because, like I said, I like to do these puzzles. But yeah, that's definitely a thing that a lot of players will appreciate. Being able to just skip it when they're like, yeah, I just don't feel like doing this one right now.
Of course, with the level design from the original as well, there's usually more than one way around something. So if you find a route particularly difficult, and if you explore hard enough, there may just be another way around the thing that's giving you bother.
True. Yeah, this one is definitely more complex than the last build, but I like it because I was getting too good at the last type. It's fun when you figure them out, though. Okay, let's try. Oops. No, there wasn't. I have a very twitchy hand. I'm sorry. Sometimes I hit the melee button or the firing button when I'm not supposed to. Okay.
I think there's I think there are now over 150 unique puzzles in the game now.
Oh wow.
Yeah, once again, credit to Mike for coming up with so much in the time that he had.
Yeah, that's a lot of brain power to be using to thinking of puzzles. Puzzle
He's
devs always
absolutely-
impress me, honestly, because I just, you know, you could be a creative person, but I feel like puzzle designers are on another level.
And he's absolutely dedicated to his cause as well.
I love that. I worked with a few developers in the past that designed escape rooms, and it was always so cool to see their process on that.
I think Mike also does escape rooms.
Nice. Yep, that's like the thing now because it's so easy to make them in like VR or even just like PC, like
yes. Absolutely.
They're always fun though. I can't lie. I'm a big fan of escape rooms.
I haven't done one myself, but I am interested to potentially try one now.
Absolutely. They have like different variations too, like story rooms that are more narrative based and then escape rooms that are more like danger, pressure, like escaping based. But I think they're all pretty fun to no matter what theme you slap over it, you know? This one is besting me. He did a really good job.
Let's see. There's already too much power going into that one. So the power levels are on the plugs themselves. You either have one light or two lights, which one light is single power, two is double power. So it's a case of getting the right power levels in there. Yeah.
Too much power.
I think the you don't mind me helping you out?
Oh no, not at all.
I think the one in the middle, the plug in the middle, might go in the top right.
Top right. Hey.
I think. We'll see.
Put you back. There we go. Okay. See here.
I think you might be able to unplug the one that's in the sort of middle on the left.
Oh, this one here.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's try here. No.
This would be the perfect time to tell people about the hotline that they could call back in the day. You know, if you're stuck in a game, just call this hotline for what is it, $2.95 a minute, and we can give you hints.
Honestly, love that. I wish games were, you know, more cheat focused like they were back in the days instead of like pay to play and all that, because we don't get that kind of magic anymore, you know. No like Nintendo Power magazines or anything that, you know, give you tips, or even like snacks when you were growing up. Like you had a fruit roll up or something and you unwrapped it and it gave you like Nintendo 64 tips on it. Like we don't get that kind of like fun anymore now that like cheats aren't really a thing in games. Like it's now just, oh, if you want to level up in certain games, pay $10 or something like that. I'm like, oh, it's so sad. I miss
Snack
it.
missing. Please talk to your local news agent.
Right. Or like Game Shark and all that. Man, good times. Let's see.
So I think, that might be. Look. I think try putting the one in the middle the cord in the middle. Try putting that into the
Top right? Or
yeah, the one that's not connected in the top right. Yeah.
okay. Let's see. Let me try putting this here. There we go. Hey. Okay, cool. So now I got a feel of the new puzzle style.
Hey, there we go. Nice one.
Okay. Oh man, Donkey Kong 64. That's quite a game. Yep, using Snapple caps. Remember they used to give you tips and stuff. Oh, the 90s. Such a different time.
I'm not familiar with Snapple caps. What are those?
It's like a popular tea drink that here in America. I'm not sure if it's popular in the UK at all, but definitely used to be huge in the 90s. And they used to put, they still do, they put like facts on the cap when you pop it off. And I guess in the 90s they used to put N64 tips on them as well.
When it comes to one thing you can do as well is so there's a pistol on the ground back there. There might be some ammo in it, so very much a thing from Shot 2. You can pick it up and take the ammo from it and just throw it away. I don't need it anymore. Just need the bullets. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like I grabbed all of the ammo out of it. Unfortunately.
Oh.
But that's okay. We're still away from everybody up here, and then I can just pick them off with
that spark beam with full power.
Yep.
Should be good.
Oh, if I would miss. There we go. There we go. Just had to get in a state of non-panic with my low health and collect myself, and then we figured it out. That's a lot of moments in System Shock for me, though. Just when you just are overwhelmed, you're running away, panicking, and you're just like having to use logic on the fly. But that's also exhilarating, I think, in games. Thinking on your feet.
Yep, that's exactly what we wanted to try and give the player. It's like, okay, I'm being chased. What tools do I have to deal with this situation? You know, do I whip the berserk patch out and go full ham on them with the pipe, or do I use a gas grenade to deal with a pack of them and get out of there, or do I do something else?
Exactly. Ooh, that was a good one. Cut him in half.
Nice.
Yeah, I love that jibbing system. It's very satisfying.
Yeah, I can't begin to put into words how difficult a dismemberment system is to put into a video game.
I bet. Another good example of that lately I have seen from another game is Dead Island 2. That one has like a whole next level gore system, and it's, yeah, if you're a gore fiend like I am and like horror movies and stuff like that, like it's impressive. It's crazy to see like the boundaries being pushed with that type of convoluted system already. But that's just something that's so cool about the remake here, is because in 1994 you didn't have anything like that with the sprite work and stuff like that, and now this is like full 3D, like jibbing, all that.
Yeah. Original game was shoot them anywhere and you're good. But in our remake, certain enemies definitely do have weak spots. I won't go into too much about it, but shooting flesh on an enemy is going to be dealing very different damage to shooting the steel parts of an enemy. So
Right.
it's that level of that level of detail we kind of went into because we could, and once players figure out something like that, it's just where do I target for massive damage, and also I suppose this is another chance for me to just talk about something. So in a lot of games, you will sometimes maybe see enemies kind of appear out of nowhere. They'll appear out of fresh air, and you'll think, well, why did that happen? That guy just appeared out of fresh air. How did that happen? But in our remake of this, we decided to take a different approach. So you might see it once or twice, just casually walking around, but enemies will respawn through something that we call the logistics lifts. When it's detected, I'm going to get a bit sort of techie with this description, but when the game detects that a certain amount of enemies is not at a certain threshold, it will spawn these things through the logistics lifts, which come up from the floor, and they will repopulate the world with enemies.
Yes.
Just
I've
to kind of
noticed
give it
those
a
lifts. Uh-huh.
Yep, just to give it a different spin and a sort of credible, a more credible explanation as to why these environments are refilling. It's because it's being done by something.
Yeah, honestly, that is, yep, it just adds to the immersion. Like, you guys really went all out with the immersive sim, part of System Shock, because just having an enemy respawn, with no explanation, not as immersive. But them popping up in little boxes, coming up from underground because Shodan or whoever spawned them, is a lot better, I think. It's more cohesive.
I can once you're done in this room, I can guide you to something new that we have.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Okay, so the puzzle that you solved controls the lift, I think, directly in front of you as you leave that room. You can go straight down, and there'll be something in the room that you can use with all the scrap that you've managed to collect over the course of exploring.
Oh yeah, the recycling machine. Is it down here?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Oh, I heard you. Yes, I have a lot of scrap I need to turn in. I've been hoarding more than usual this playthrough. That's just something I realized that I haven't been able to really focus on playing the demo previously, is like actually getting the most out of the credits. Like, I've gotten, I think, only one mod kit so far playing through the demos, and that was really cool to finally upgrade a weapon and see how much better it can make it. Nice. Ah, here we go. Perfect.
There we go. Someone's about to be rich.
Nice. Very true, Kilgore. Like, we were talking about that in the beginning of the stream, is like how it doesn't hold your hand. You need to rely on your, sensibilities and observation and, like what did the switch that you just pressed do, or read your logs and it'll tell you what the codes are and like where you need to be going. Like, yeah, if people that go in with the mindset of just feeling like they can just run through a fog of war or something like that and just discover new areas or have a waypoint, like I feel like those players are going to be in for a rude awakening. Because you do have to pay a lot of attention to where you're going, and if you miss an audio log or you forgot what it said, you'll easily forget where you need to head to next. And yeah, can be, but that's fun because that's like you're solving a mystery, basically. It's like steps of solving a mystery of like how to get through the facility and get to your end goal, which I like personally. Like I said, I like the exploration aspect, and like the less hand-holdy the better, in my opinion. But there, like you said, there is to each their own, and we can have options for everybody and to where everybody's satisfied, like difficulty balancing and all of that.
Absolutely. Welcome back, Steve.
Hey, that was quick.
We had just a quick marketing meeting just to check and make sure that everything was going according to plan.
And the consensus.
Yeah, things are going good.
Good.
There's a full takeover of PCGamer.com right now, so there's
I love
pictures
that.
of Shodan everywhere, and yeah.
Our girl's a star.
Yeah.
We've been away from the limelight for quite some time, but triumphant
Came
comeback.
back into it like nobody's business. Iconic.
Uh-huh.
That's what you call iconic.
Whoever finds this, take out the cameras and the CPU nodes, and you'll gain more control over the level you're on.
See if we got a code here.
Did the waypoint system get in yet, Dan? Or is that a patch that we're gonna...
It'll be a patch.
Okay.
I told you we wouldn't be apart for long.
I'm reading some Steam reviews. I should probably not do that. They're all good, but it's just,
Yeah, I feel like Steam and YouTube are like the most dangerous places to tread when you first release a game.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna look at the
Steven's like, oh, I'm a masochist. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, I can use a little doom scrolling. I gotta knock myself down a couple of pegs here.
Humble yourself. All right, I can respect it.
I'm in too good of a mood.
You're like, this is weird. The universe is off. No. Knock myself down a peg.
Need to find some balance.
Balance the dopamine out with some horse tranquilizers.
With some harsh reality. There's me looking at the snacks when I have full health and I don't even need a snack. That's me
Just
in real
like in
life.
real life.
Yeah, exactly. Opening the cupboard. You're like, I'm not even hungry. I'm just bored.
I'm just bored. I just want to eat something.
Okay.
We did find out that the IGN review is going to be out tomorrow on Wednesday.
Nice.
So, probably going to be a 7 because
Well,
IGN.
we can't all be The Last of Us Part 2, okay? And get a masterpiece, alright? We got another question in chat. It says, can you talk a little bit about the voice acting in the logs? I personally thought they were very well done in the remake.
Yeah, we went with a company called That's What She Said. I think.
Yeah, it's what he
That's
said, what
epic.
she said. Yes.
That's what she said. Yeah. And the voice acting was directed by Michael Schwalbe. And what we did is we sent him the script with all the characters that we needed, and then he went through his exhaustive list of voice actors, and then they all did like a test. They did like a test reading of some of the characters, and we got to listen to them all and basically pick who we thought best represented the characters. And yeah, that's basically what we did. And then from there on, I think Dan, were you part of the voice acting sessions, or was that just Rob?
I was not part of those sessions, no.
So I think, yeah, so Rob he digitally was part of the recording sessions, I think, because all the voice actors have their own setups in their houses for the most part. And I think he just got to listen in on them recording their specific lines, and then he gave some feedback based on their performance, and then what was going on in the scene with the character as they were recording their voice logs. So yeah, we got everything back, and I think there was just a couple of things that we had to fix. But for the most part, it was just plug and play. We put them into the voice log and the audio logs, and Dan and Nick placed them around the maps. But yeah, they did a wonderful job.
Agreed. I've been enjoying listening to them as well. Normally, I'm not a player that will listen to everything. I generally will skim and read. But these ones are actually like entertaining to listen to. The acting, like, it sells it, I think.
Yeah, we're really hoping so. And if one or two people out there might know what we look like from photos, and if you look really carefully at some audio logs, you might be able to spot some cameos.
Hey.
Oh, that's right.
That's exciting. Yes, this VOD will be here for later viewing if you can't catch the whole thing right now.
Dan, are you gonna tell him what character you are?
Oh, okay, go on then. I'm Lawton Kirby.
Hey, I didn't even know that. That's rad.
You gonna say who you are, Steve?
I'm Rex Melville.
That sounds like a movie star name.
Yeah.
We drop in our characters.
If you sorry, I'm gonna backseat again a little bit. If you need any hint on where to go, feel free to let me know, and I can guide you in a direction if you want.
Absolutely. Backseating totally okay. Honestly, like I always say on the streams, I have a squirrel brain, so sometimes I get distracted by picking up stuff and all that good stuff. So, yes, feel free to be like, "Hey, focus."
You definitely once you go up from here, you'll want to go through the gamma quadrant bulkhead door. You were on the right path.
Perfect.
Go in that direction.
I had a feeling because I found some stuff I hadn't picked up yet, so I'm like.
Or also, I mean, now that you've found the puzzle here, there is another way to get to where you need to go. Keeping with the sort of non-linear level design from the original, this will open up a path fairly close to you that will give you a shortcut.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, we gotta find the Magnum too before we leave the medical area. Nice. Okay.
Hey, nice one.
Thank you. That one was actually quicker for me, which is good.
Mm-hmm. So that will have opened a door very close by to towards your next objective.
Through the gamma area.
No, it's actually it'll be it's in definitely in this area, but it's a different door. Is there a way to put away the weapon? Yes, there is.
Oh. There's two of y'all. Okay. Oh, where did he go? Oh. Hey. Oh, there he is. Okay.
I'm like, where did he go?
Right? He just kept disappearing and reappearing. Beautiful. I hear that trip mine. Where is it? Oh no! Well, I ran right into it, but didn't die somehow, so that's a W. Okay. Oh! Headshot too. Alright. And he's back. Nice. He's like partially levitating to the left. Oh, the ragdolls are fun.
Oh, he got caught in the lift, yes.
Beautiful. Ooh. He didn't see me.
You are getting messages in the chat, don't forget to save.
Yes. Appreciate you guys. Good looking out. Okay. Let's check our logs here. 705. We got the code finally. Nice.
So, Steve, how much sleep did you get last night? Oh, Steve's gone for a
I
bit.
slept really well.
Love that for
First
you.
time in 7 years, I think.
That's like unheard of with an impending game launch. Like, seriously, congrats on that as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I kind of have had to adopt a nightly ritual to be able to fall asleep, and I will usually listen to an audiobook, and I'll just fall asleep listening to it. And every night it's either like The Shadow over Innsmouth or At the Mountains of Madness. It's some Lovecraftian audiobook because the guy's voices are just so they're just soothing, you know. Just puts me to sleep. I don't know the effect of listening to Lovecraft every night while I'm sleeping, but if it helps me yeah, it helps me fall asleep, then can't be all that bad.
Hopefully some cool dreams. Not too terrifying though.
Yeah, yeah. I used to have pretty bad night terrors.
Oh no.
But I haven't had one in quite some time.
Good,
Like
because that's the next level nightmare.
yeah, like sleep paralysis kind of
Yeah.
stuff. Oh
Oh
man.
no.
Ugh.
Yeah. And the weird thing about it too is like I would be able to move and get up and investigate whatever it was that was going on, so I wasn't paralyzed, so to speak, but I would be awake and fully aware of what was going on, but like my mind just wouldn't snap out of thinking that there were, things in the room.
That's yeah,
Very
that's
weird.
like psychological horror right there.
Yeah. So we don't need to get into any of that, but for a while I thought I was being haunted by a djinn. Like,
Oh, a shapeshifter or something?
yes.
Yeah.
I did some
That's gnarly.
yeah, like I read a book about it, about the vengeful djinn, and I'm like, why am I being haunted? You know, and there were certain things you could do, like one of them was to wear a ring made of copper, I think, with your blood mixed into it,
Oh.
as like a ward against them, and I did do that, and maybe that's what helped. I don't know.
And it stopped? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not
So
superstitious, but
yeah.
yeah, the Jinn were always really interesting reading up on them. Like shapeshifting though, like I can see why those were night terrors because that's like a whole nother level of paranoia. If you think a shapeshifter is after you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Yeah, very strange sensation. But yeah, thankfully I haven't had one in quite a while, but they could always come back, I suppose.
Hopefully they don't. Oh no! I saved recently, don't worry guys. Crisis averted.
Oh.
I should have pulled out the spark beam, but I panicked. I'm sorry.
Savor my mental state. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I also ran through a mine and didn't die, so there was that too.
Thank you.
I think we got a question earlier. Let's see. Morgruck, yes, we do work for Nightdive. You were curious about some stuff a bit outside of System Shock. Depends on what the context is. Because there are some things that we are at liberty to talk about and some things we are not.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead and ask your question. We might be able to talk about
I had Yonan Vasquez send me a tweet last night.
it. What? Legend.
Yeah. That was so exciting when he added me. I was like, oh my god.
Fanboy moment.
Yeah.
I've had my fair share of those on Twitter too. I get it.
This is the part where I look like a Luddite. Who's that? Or any telling?
Oh boy, Dan. Yonan Vasquez is the creator of not only Invader Zim, but Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, Squee, I Am Sick.
Right.
He's just a nut.
Mainly, that was mainly Nickelodeon stuff, wasn't it? I was a Cartoon Network kid growing up, so I'm not familiar with those.
It'd be worth watching again. Or your first time, I should say.
I have a friend who absolutely loves Invader Zim. He's constantly quoting it. So, yeah, I think it's about time I check some of those out.
Oh no. Sir? Leave me alone. Okay. But he wasn't expecting that, turning the corner. Oof. Sweet.
Yes.
I would love to do a game with Yonan Vasquez.
Oh man, that would be like a fever dream. Would be a hell of a time though.
Yeah,
I
wonder
don't know,
what that
maybe
would
like
look
spark the conversation with him since he's noticed you on Twitter and be like, hey, this could be fun. Just
Yeah.
saying.
What do you want to make? We'll just do whatever.
Yeah.
When I was living in San Diego, I was working at Sony Online Entertainment as a character artist, and one day, one of my coworkers came in, this guy named Thomas Sinchek, who's just an amazing artist, and he's like, "Dude, Maynard James Keenan is going to be at the new Seasons or the Whole Foods or whatever down the street signing bottles of wine. Do you want to go?" I was like, "Okay, sure, let's do it." And so we just left work, as you do. And we waited in line and we picked out a few bottles of wine, and you got like a few moments to just say hello or whatever, And my buddy Thomas, he goes first, and he just immediately just starts gushing. He's like, "Oh my God, you're a god, blah, blah, blah." And Maynard just is looking at him like, "Oh boy, here's another one of these people."
Right.
And like my eyes, like, I've got like wide eyes. I'm like, "Oh my God, dude, like, I did not expect you to, to act like that." And my whole thing was like, I was going to pitch him on a game. I was like, "Hey, do you want to make a game?" I read an interview that, you guys like to play video games before your shows or whatever. And he just goes, "No, I don't play video games." And I was like, "All right, I'm going to change tactics here. What would you pair with this wine?" And he just like lit up. He's like, "Oh my God, finally somebody's asking me about the goddamn wine, the reason that I'm here." And he's like, "Okay, so this wine, I would immediately open this and let it breathe for about 45 minutes, and you're going to want to serve this with like a red meat, like a New York strip, a blah, blah, blah." And he talked to me about wine for like 5 minutes, and I just stood there going, "I'm not going to remember any of this, and I really don't know anything about wine, but,
Right.
Thank you.
thanks." So, I went for the wine and to ask him about video games, and came out knowing a bit more about what to pair whites with and that kind of thing. So
That's super funny that you have a story like that with Maynard, because I pretty much have the same story but with Surge from System of a Down. I left work to go to an impromptu meet and greet with him as well, and in downtown LA, and he was promoting a Armenian coffee company, which the coffee was really good too. Like, we actually got some to try and bring home, but he was doing like poster signings and like a quick meet and greet. But sweetest guy ever. Honestly, he let me gush about how much I love System of a Down as well, without like kind of just being like, "Okay, another one of these," But he was really into it. Like, you could tell that he liked hearing that from fans and stuff, and like he was fully attentive and everything. I tried not to be super fangirlish, but sometimes like you grow up listening to music and you're like, "Oh my God, I love this person," and I love their music. But yeah, he was really nice too. But like, I bet you he probably had the same thought. Like, nobody is asking me about this coffee. Like, they're just talking about System of a Down, even though this is not a System of a Down event.
I can give you a small hint here. So, there's a room very close to you with the word. Oh, it's right there. It's got "here" written on it. If you go in there, you'll find the conversion chamber, which will stop you going back to the game over screen.
Oh, beautiful!
You
Yes.
die.
This was like the one room that I was looking for while trying to run away from these dudes. Kept running into the wrong ones. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, but going back to just what we were talking about, I remember we went out really recently to Gamescom last year, and we got word that several metal bands were there because there was a heavy metal concert going on sort of nearby in another arena.
Promotion, right?
Yes, it was that. And I remember somebody at our publisher said, "Oh, Michael Stan is here," and I was like, Michael Stan is here? Sorry, I might be pronouncing his last name wrong. I apologize. But I remember Steve just kind of, because Steve, you were with me at the time, and you just remember looking at me like, "Who's that?" And I just sort of went, "He's the lead singer from Dark Tranquillity and the Halo Effect." And if he's still here, I absolutely have to say hello. It would be absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, I ended up missing at the time, but I ended up saying hello to the lead singer from Lacuna Coil. She came to our booth and we got some pictures, and that was absolutely surreal. I hadn't checked out a Lacuna Coil song at all until that point, but she was so nice to meet that I was just like, okay, I have to check out some of their songs now. So that was really exciting as well. That was just a really insanely fun trip.
Those are always so pleasant, those types of experiences with either any kind of figure, you know, where you're just like, I knew I was a fan of you for some reason. Or even like in your case, like you're like, I have never heard your music, but you are a sweetheart, so I'll check it out.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got shown pictures of Michael stood in our booth where I'd been about maybe 10 minutes ago, but I went to supervise. Some people may have seen the Shodan cosplay that's been going around on social media. I was walking around with the cosplay at the time, but yeah, that was also a really fun experience as well. And shout outs to the cosplay makers of that costume. That costume was absolutely spectacular.
That was incredible. I agree. There's so much work and modeling went into that. That was insane.
Yeah, there's plenty a video of the creation of that cosplay.
We just hit
Definitely
number
check
2,
it.
by the way. We passed Destiny 2,
what?
and we're
Get
we're
out
right
of town.
underneath Counter-Strike Global Offensive. We got one more. We got to beat Counter-Strike.
That's all you guys. Leave reviews and bump like System Shock higher on the front page. Like, I mean, you should be playing it if you have it already, because why wouldn't you be? But yeah, leave us reviews, you know, hype us up, get us to number 1. That's like such an easy way to support devs on Steam, by the way. It's just like thumbs upping and leaving reviews. You don't have to write a novel or anything, but definitely helps. That's true. CSGO is kind of king with gambling sites and all of that. You're right. They got a leg up.
Quick, we got to add microtransactions,
Yeah,
Dan.
quick.
Get that hotline up.
A whole marketplace.
You can gamble with your trash that you vaporize.
Gamble with your try credits.
Nice. Okay. Oh. Hello.
A wrench there, our little nod to another game in the franchise.
No, Moto, you must stop what you're doing at work. Find the nearest computer and play System Shock right now. Because we said so.
You know, the one thing that I think we forgot to add, Dan, was some kind of lighthouse reference.
No, that's in there.
Is there?
Mm-hmm.
You guys sneak this stuff in?
not saying where though.
What else did you put in that I don't know about?
I'm tempted. I did get my little Easter egg in there. If anybody is familiar with a old TV show, British TV show, a sci-fi sitcom called Red Dwarf, if you can find the red dwarf Easter egg, and it's gonna be it's gonna be quite a challenge to find. But if you do, I'll be very, very impressed.
Oh, a couple fans in chat. Red Dwarf.
Boys from the dwarf, beef pants nose.
All right. I'm gonna be rich again.
Yeah, do you want to talk about that, Dan?
Which one?
Oh, the Foxtrot unicorn.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's the lighting. If the lighting details are turned up to at least medium, it should look fine, and you can leave everything else on low.
Yeah, this is on
Which one? Which setting?
Lighting.
Oh, lighting.
So there's a bit of a delay with the stream, I'm afraid, but it should be lighting.
I see shadow quality.
It might be shadow quality, yes. It might be that one.
There we go. Better. Yes, now it's creepier like intended.
There we go.
Just clean this machine out. Okay. We did get the code for the armory. I think it's 701? 710? 704?
705.
705, that's it. There we go.
I was looking at a copy of, I think it's like Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale Collector's Edition the other day, and it was such a heavy box, and I was like, there's nothing in here that's, outside the manual, except for like a giant pad of paper.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, you used to get like pads of paper with some of these games so that you could write stuff down.
Nice.
I was like, oh, well, maybe we should have included that in our collector's edition. Here's just like a 5-star notebook.
I could also talk about another little thing that we have. So, I can't remember quite which difficulty it is, but we took the opportunity to try and freshen some things up a little bit. So, the some of the key codes that you find in the game, they are randomized. So no playthrough will ever be quite the same. Some of the ones that are spoken, obviously, we kept the same, but there are some that are not. Just to keep things fresh and a little bit random.
Right, I like that, because then the more you play it, the more predictable and it gets, and the more you memorize it, so it's nice to keep players on their toes.
Yep. That also can affect some other things in the game a bit later, which I'm not going to say anything about, but if you know the original game and are expecting things to be in a certain place, you may find yourself a little bit disappointed because they'll be in a different place that you have to find.
Or sorely mistaken, depending on who's chasing it.
Yep. Yes, the original reactor code, yes, was randomized. Kilgore Trout is right there. So we took that idea and expanded it to some more things.
Oh my
Keep
goodness.
speedruns interesting, yes.
Okay. Dan trying to keep speedruns interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I like that comment.
There is, like I say, I'm not going to spoil it, but I think there's going to be one particular thing in the game where you'll be probably hearing the word, I'm going to have to reset a lot.
By the way, you guys, thank you so much for all of the follows and the subs today. Like, it means a lot. Like, we're already on cloud 9 with the launch day today, and the fact that you guys are supporting us even more, like, thank you so much.
I think Sir Kane's subbed about 75 times, so.
Right? Making it rain gift subs. All the audio logs. Okay, let's see here.
So here's a little example of a new kind of shortcut that we added. So that lever on the left from where I'm currently seeing, in the original game, that door was broken. You couldn't get through it. But we looked at the level design and we thought, oh, we can add a little expanded area here, and this door lines up perfectly with what we want. So that door then became a shortcut back to an earlier part of the level. It's again keeping the kind of realistic environment, interconnected world.
Right on. Okay. Now I just noticed that and I want it. Sorry, my brain told you. It's shading.
Thank you for your review, Phantom. That's very much appreciated.
Yeah, for seriously. Thank you. You're awesome. Okay. Now we'll go back that way.
Ooh, this is a good one. Doom gave FPS life and System Shock gave it meaning.
Mm.
Oh, wow. The Krakos, yes, those were a snack in System Shock 2 that we brought into the System Shock 1 because we thought it'll be a fun little reference for the people who get it.
Ooh, a whole snack shelf right here. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, I remember This was way back in the Unity days when we were working on this. As a joke, we had a comical sound effect in the game. There was, I think it was a 1 in 1,000 chance that you eat something and you would let out a comedy belch, and we were like, there is no way that is, we're never going to see that happen. I think I played it on stream, and it happened on the 4th consumable that I ate, and I was like, "Well, that's 1,000. That's 1,001 chance that happened. A 1 in 1,000 chance that just happened." So,
I love that. We got another question in chat. What are next plans for Nightdive? Well, System Shock isn't even cold yet. It's scorching hot. So we're going to be focusing on the launch and, you know, supporting System Shock, I would assume, since we just released it. But as for other things in the works, yeah, there's stuff going on, but...
yeah, nothing that we can really
exactly.
talk
Nothing
about
that we
on
can
this stream, obviously.
You know.
But yeah, but it's time for the team to sort of take a little bit of a break. You know, it's we all need a bit of downtime from this, and then we're gonna come back, look at this, and for our immediate future, it's going to be, you know, addressing any potential issues that come up with the initial launch, and going to be thinking about consoles next.
Nice.
No break. Next game.
Last question from Phantom. In a day and age when we as gamers get game releases that are oftentimes half-baked, can you talk a little bit about what the last 7 years was like? How many times did you think it may not happen? Or was this something that come hell or high water, this was going to happen? What were your worst obstacles you had to overcome?
Been thinking about that a lot. I would say, realistically, the version of the game that's out now had only been in development for, what would you say, Dan, 4 years?
This version of the game was, I think, started February 2018. It was around the hiatus time.
Right. Yeah, and so, I mean, we had done so well on Kickstarter, and there were so many people that were looking forward to this, that I had made the decision early on that this, like you said in your question, hell or high water, was going to happen. But there were a number of instances where, you know, financially, it was a really tough decision to keep going because we just didn't have the money to keep people on board. And we found ways to do it anyways. Luckily the Kex team was able to help out considerably with some of the work that they did on Quake and Doom 64 that helped keep the lights on for the Shock team. But there were some sacrifices that had to be made. Like, we couldn't hire people when we needed them on certain projects because this System Shock was just so demanding. On all fronts. I mean, it needed a lot of attention, it needed personnel, it needed resources, and you know, as I alluded to earlier on when I was talking about, you know, sleeping well last night, I mean, there were nights where, like, I couldn't sleep because I was so just distraught about how things were going, so unsure about the future, not knowing whether or not if, you know, Nightdive would even exist, if I was dooming the entire company as a result of kind of like the stubbornness of not wanting this to fail. And so it's just been interesting thinking back about all that and where we are now, and just being glad that we decided to stay with it and see it through. You know, ultimately it was a good choice, but at the time it was a very difficult choice. But, you know, when Dan said that we had taken our hiatus in 2018, I mean, we basically had an entire development team at that point that we had to let go, and then start the whole project over again, basically from scratch with just, man, I don't know, like 4 developers.
Yes, it
3
was
or 4.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was you, Matt Keneally, Evie, and Justin Keneally.
I think so, yes.
And it was like, okay, the 5 of us, we're going to remake this game. And you know, that's the way it was. I mean, we just started remaking Medical.
There is a running joke on the development of this. When the smallest of hiccups happens, it's hey Dan, can you rebuild Medical? And I just nod and say, yeah, sure, I'll get on that right away. But yeah, that stems back to what I was talking about earlier about the live streams that I did back then, around sort of beginning of 2018, mid 2018, of sitting down and using the BSP brushes that were in Unreal to plan out the space of the levels. It took 7 months to do, but I was able to rebuild the entire game in that time with those brushes, with the original textures as well, to help guide things. And then we took things into consideration, like in the original game, doors were paper thin, but obviously we couldn't have that in ours because it's a 3D game now. So the doors take up 50 Unreal units, which is 50 centimeters, and so you have to take that into account when fleshing out the rest of the level, because small things like that have knock-on effects. And so then what worked in the original game then doesn't work now, so you've got to rebuild things. It was about tweaking and just refining everything until sometime, I think about maybe September, October, there was the live stream when finished off the bridge, and I just remember looking up and say, that's it, the game has been fully blocked out with these brushes, minus the groves, because at the time we had the idea of a different layout for them completely, which I think when people see what we've done with them now, they're going to really, really like them. But at the time, they were left out. And from there, we just went on and got the art style sorted out. We got tiles in, a lot of refining. With such a small team, and all the while we kind of had, we had our naysayers. We had people always, trying to put us down, but we were absolutely determined to see it through. Me personally, I was just like, if it's got my name on it, I want it to be good. I don't want this to fail at all. And I was absolutely determined to do the best that I could with the limited knowledge I had then at the time. And 7 years later, it comes out, and it just feels so odd after all this time that this game is actually out now and people can play it. And there's been all the other things that have happened along the way. There was the pandemic, and people had to deal with many other things throughout the course of development. But we stuck with it. We soldiered on, and we got it out the door to a level that we thought was acceptable. We know there have been delays, but we were just looking at it and we were saying it needs more time in the oven, and we didn't want to release something that was disappointing, because not only would we be letting the people that we promised we would make the game for down, but we would also let ourselves down. And I didn't want to do that.
Victims for the ever-growing
So,
army of the undead.
yeah, there's been so much work put into this. A lot of love from me and the rest of the team. And like I've said before, we hope we meet people's expectations, and we hope you enjoy the game.
Seems like it's meeting people's expectations so far, so from all the reviews I've read. So that's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
It's about where we expected it to be, I think. We've gotten some outliers on both sides. Like we've got some 90s, we've got some awards already coming through, and then we've got some people giving us like a 55. You know.
Right.
So I didn't know if I anticipated a swing quite like that, but we were anticipating somewhere between like a 75 and an 85. I'd say was kind of our target, because you know, if you're a fan of the original and you knew how close to that we were trying to get, we would get some divisive responses just in terms of the difficulty. Again, not holding the player's hand and that kind of stuff. So, but I do think it's safe to say that we accomplished what we set out to do, and I'm really proud of that.
Good, because honestly, that's, you know, the best perspective to have when you're developing a game, is because you're not going to please everybody, and going into developing a game, like, that should be one of the first things accepted, you know what I mean, while you're building your vision for the game, especially in a remake setting like this with big shoes to fill and everything. It's like, this is a game that, you know, is very different than what gamers today are used to. So bringing it back in a modern setting, you know, it was risky, you know, in its own right. You knew the fans would be there for it, but would it be something that would turn a player who's never played an ImSim before, like, into a fan? Like, would they pick it up and would they keep going, or would they put it down, you know? So, like, remaking it in this day and age, I think, was a big risk in itself, and also sticking to that vision of not wanting to hold the player's hand, because we see that a lot in modern gaming now. And I think that decision to stick to the vision and create what you wanted to create and do what you set out to do, like, paid off from all the feedback that I've been reading and seeing online since the launch, basically. So I think that is absolutely something to be proud about.
Thanks, Kelsey.
Of course.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, I've been through a lot of launches too, and like I love seeing studios stick to their guns and like get to reach their vision and accomplish what they want to do without, you know, too much outside influence or, you know, falling short in which way. So yes, I'm getting mushy, I'm sorry, but yes, I'm just proud of you guys, because 7 years is a long time, and like hearing you talk in depth about like your struggles, Steven, and I'm sure all the other teams members' struggles as well. Like, that's for someone in your position as well, like creative director, CEO, all of that. It's like, that's immense pressure. Like, that's some crazy pressure that you had to deal with throughout the development, you know, and which risk should you take, which decision should you make, you know what I mean? Should you keep going with it, you know, with the fear of disappointing so many fans, or possibly, like you said, losing Nightdive, or should you just soldier on and get through the hard times and make it happen? And that's what you did, so against all odds.
Fresh victims for the ever-growing army of the undead.
Feels that way.
Yeah, right? All my homies hate
Fresh
adversity.
victims for the ever-growing army of
We
the
got through it.
undead. Fresh
There's
victims for
Phantom
the
with a gift
ever-growing
sub
army
bomb.
of the undead.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you.
Fresh victims for the ever-growing army of the undead.
And it might sound weird to some, but I still do kind of enjoy playing our own version of the game. It's, you after working on it for so long, some people would think, wow, you must be absolutely sick and tired of running through it, but I genuinely don't. I enjoy just going through it again and seeing what kind of happens this time. Which I've told isn't a thing that's very usual on projects of this size.
Oh yeah, no, I believe it. There is a times where I worked on huge projects where it's just like you enjoy the project so much that you're finding yourself playing it at home constantly, like when you're not
Fresh
even working on
victims
it
for the
too.
ever-growing army of
And
the
I don't
Yeah.
know, there's also something about knowing a game like the inside and outs and like
fresh
the back
victims
of your
for the
hands
ever-growing
too.
army of
That's
the
just
undead.
appealing when you run through it too, because obviously it's like efficient every time you run through
Fresh
it, and like
victims for the ever-growing
you're always
army
looking for
of the
something new,
undead.
and especially with System Shock where there's so many different ways to play and
Fresh
outcomes
victims for the
and all
ever-growing
that.
army
Like
of
it's
the
exciting.
undead.
I can see why you run through it a lot and enjoy it.
Yep.
Fresh victims
So
for the
I guess just to
ever-growing
give
army
a
of the
little bit of
undead.
context for that, I mean, this includes testing time as well, but currently on my Steam account I have 405 hours logged in this game. And that can be just, you know, casually
victims
just
for the
playing through it
ever-growing
as well
army
as
of the
testing.
Right.
Fresh victims for the ever-growing army of the undead.
Let's be real. You fell asleep at your desk a number of times with the game running.
Victims for the ever-growing army of the undead.
I mean, there might be true in one or two
Fresh
cases as
victims
well.
for the ever-growing army of the undead.
We've got one heck of a hype train going. Thank
We
you
do,
everybody for
yeah.
the
Level 60,
those
guys.
those subscription gifts. Holy moly, you guys are absolutely killing it. Thank you. Cranking up the metrics. I can give you a bit of direction if you like to get you on the
please,
on the
because I
path.
just
So
collected a bunch of stuff, so I'm ready to go.
right, so you'll definitely want to go back the way you came and into Beta Quadrant and take the bridges over and follow that path around.
Where I was just at.
Yes.
Okay.
Lizard X-Wax with 100 bits. Thank you.
Is there a competition for who can gift the most subs? I hope so. Okay.
There should be, if you go down the stairs, there should be a force bridge to your right. You'll
Oh,
want
this
to go
one.
across there, and you'll
Yeah.
want to make your way to Alpha.
Perfect. Okay. Perfect.
Definitely on the right track now.
Yeah, I totally got thrown off course by a Shodan dumping me in the pit, taking the bridge away from me. I was like, where was I again?
You also have your map in the menu, which you can see areas that you haven't been to yet, obviously. So yeah, you can go for a bit of a walk.
Definitely. Like, as a new System Shock player, I'm still learning the ropes of it all. And, like, I find myself hardly using the map when I should be using it. Nope. It's so crazy seeing achievements pop up. It's real, you guys.
There's 50 achievements, Dan?
46.
That's
What
a
do you say?
good set.
This elevator serves me alone. I have complete control of this entire level. With cameras as my eyes and notes as my hands, I rule here. Insect.
Cool, we found the elevator.
Definitely found the elevator, but you'll have to go and deal with something else first.
There's a great article that just dropped on Rock, Paper, Shotgun. It's the oral history of System Shock that was written by Jeremy Peel. And he got to interview Warren Spector, Rob Waters, and a number of the other original developers at Looking Glass and Origin.
Nice.
So if you're into that stuff, I'll see if I can post a link. It's a great article. Rob Fermier, Warren Spector, Austin Grossman, Greg Travis, Rob Waters, and I think that's it. I don't think Kilgore, I don't think anyone's seen Doug Church for 25 years. Though the last time I heard he was at Valve, I think.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Speaking of Valve, this is always a fun story. After I had launched System Shock 2 on GOG, I went to Steam, and well, you know what? I should start a little bit earlier than that. Back when I started this whole thing, I really didn't have any kind of like business acumen or really any idea of what I was doing. And when I had secured the license to redistribute System Shock 2, I reached out to GOG through their, at the time they just had like a message that you could send them on their website, like a support type thing where you'd fill out answers. And, you know, in retrospect, I probably should have gone to like LinkedIn and hooked up with their head of biz dev or whatever, but I didn't know what else to do, so I just sent them a message via the website, and they wrote back to me a couple days later, and it was part of a larger chain, like a thread that had started with their head of marketing, who receives those types of messages. And it was like, hey, I just got this email from some guy who says he has the rights to System Shock. Should we look into this? And there was a reply that came from Oleg, who was the head of their company at the time, and he just said, yeah, he's probably full of shit, but just, you know, just ask him what's going on. And so that's how that all started. But then when I went to Steam, they at the time had that green light system where you could submit your game, and if it got enough votes from the community, then you would, you know, be able to publish your game. I think all you had to do was pay $100, and you could go through that. They don't have that anymore, but I was thinking to myself, do I really need to do this? It's System Shock 2. It's a well-known game, and I should just be able to sell it on Steam. So again, I didn't really have any idea of what to do, so I just emailed Gabe. Said, "Hey Gabe, I've got the rights to System Shock 2. Can you help me get this on Steam?" And he wrote back to me. And he was like, "Oh, System Shock 2 is one of my all-time favorite games," and he had somebody CC'd, and he goes, "Oh, so and so, just get him set up, get him a Steam developer account," and then that was that.
It was that easy, huh?
Yeah,
Just
and
a
I've written to Gabe a number of times since then, and he's never replied. But I did meet Gabe at the International one year when it was in Seattle, and I was just up in the suite with the players because they just invite you every year if you do games for Steam. Like, oh, do you want to go to the International? And we always do because it's just a good time. And I was up there during some event. They were doing like the All-Star game or whatever, and Gabe just like walked in through the door, and I was like, "Oh shit, hey Gabe!" And he stopped and he talked to me, and I was like, "I'm Stephen Kick. I'm the guy that did System Shock 2." He's like, "Oh yeah, I remember. Great job on that." And then he just walked away. What a hero!
Legend.
Yeah. God, that was another thing, and then I'm trying to think. He did reach out to us when the Steam controller was being developed. Do you remember that, Dan? Because they had got System Shock 2 running with the Steam controller like really well.
Yes.
And they wanted permission to show it off at one of their events, and we were like, yeah, of course. And there's a video of Gabe playing System Shock 2 with the Steam controller on the Valve YouTube page, I think. But that was cool.
Yeah, I remember. I think you said he was using the default controller bindings that were tied into Steam at the time. I was like, oh, that's cool. I did those, so that's really neat.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've been to Valve a couple of times, but I don't think I got to see Gabe during that time period. We did get to try out the Index while it was in development, and we got to see their trophy room, and they walked us through the development offices where they were doing work on the Steam controller, and they had this really cool display of all the prototypes. There was like 20 different versions that they had made, and yeah, we got to try out the VR headset, and it was great. It was a really cool building, and it was interesting how everything was laid out. It was exactly how they described it, where all the desks had wheels and kind of like their own power brick attached to it, so that they could just basically unplug from the floor and move their desk to wherever they wanted.
Nice.
We also got to see all kinds of concept art for unreleased, unannounced games, which I can't mention here. But it's been a number of years, and nothing's come of that, so that's a shame. They had some pretty wild stuff in the works. Let's see. We got to see, like, they had championship rings for the Dota 2 International that were on display there, and probably the coolest thing about that whole trip was the Aegis of Champions, which, if you don't know, is like basically it's like the Stanley Cup of Dota esports. It's a shield, and you get your names inscribed on the back of it if you win the International. And when we went to when we went to visit Valve, we were just hanging out in the waiting room, and the Aegis of Champions was just sitting there on a coffee table.
Wow.
So I never thought I'd hold one, you know, being a pleb Dota 2 player. But I picked it up and I took pictures with it like I had just won it, and, you know, probably the highlight of my trip. So yeah, that's my story. Story time's over.
Yeah, we were just getting lost in your stories, Steven. You should tell us more stories.
More stories. Trying to think. Dan, what else did we do?
Oh,
What other fun things can we divulge at this point? We got to hang out with Warren Spector a couple times. Such a nice guy. The last time that I saw him was at GDC this year in March. We met with him and Paul Neurath, who, as you may or may not know, run Other Side Entertainment. And they've been playing builds of System Shock during different points of development just to give us some feedback. And the last set of feedback we got from them was like 7 or 8 pages long, if I remember correctly. But they've just been so great and helpful along the way. And man, the stories that they'll tell you, though, they'll go on for hours talking about their time at Origin and Looking Glass and working on Thief and Deus Ex, and it's captivating. You can just sit there and just listen to them talk. But let's see. There was a point in time early on before we were developing System Shock where we were trying to get the rights to the Disney catalog after they had acquired LucasArts. And
yes.
We got to go to Double Fine in San Francisco. And you know, it's again, like if you've seen any of the documentaries that they did for Broken Age, it's just like that too. They have a big wide open office where everybody's just kind of hanging out and working together, and Tim's in this big office with all these books and games and all this stuff from his history. And we walk in and, you know, we just head right over to Tim's office, and he was just so friendly, and we took pictures, and he signed my copy of Grim Fandango that I had brought with me. And we had a meeting. They have a meeting room. I think they just called it the Black Velvet Room, and you go in there, and it's all black velvet paintings on the walls, mostly of Elvis.
Of Elvis? Wow.
Yeah. And so we had some meetings in there on how we could strategize and work together to get out Grim Fandango. But thankfully, you know, what was that, Freya?
Yeah. I'm trying to get her to be quiet, and she's just... Nope, that's an impossible task. Go on.
Yeah, but yeah, it was just a really great time. And so Tim gave me his number, and we text every once in a while, like, you know, when Psychonauts 2 came out, and he won his award at DICE and stuff. It's good to just stay in touch. But at the time, we had our office in Portland, and I had seen on Twitter that he was in the area visiting some friends. So I sent him a text and I was like, "Hey Tim, this is where we're located. Come by if you want." And like 20 minutes later, he just comes walking up to the door. And we also lived there at the time, my girlfriend and I. And Tim comes in and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And, you know, "Hey, would you like a beer?" "Yeah, sure." So we start drinking. and he sits down, and we're just talking about old games, and like we had like at least a 6-pack of beer between us, and then the whole thing turned into this kind of free form like game pitch discussion where he's just like, what if we made this game that had these features and could do this, and it was like one of those moments I'll never forget, because you're talking with one of the greatest video game legends of all time, and he's just spitballing ideas about video games, and at the end he ended up we had a Psychonauts poster on the wall. He just took this pen off my desk and just started drawing on the Psychonauts poster. This was pretty fun. And then later that night he called me up. He's like, hey, we're at this steakhouse down the street, why don't you guys come and join us? And they had rented out a private room in this like really top scale steak place, and he took us out for dinner, and we got to meet a whole bunch of his friends that lived in the area that worked at like Nike and Leica and some of the other game development studios there. It's just it's a really good memory. The people that you tend to meet in the game industry that are still there tend to be pretty decent people. You got to remember that we're all doing this just to make really fun games for people to play, and I think if you keep that attitude and you don't take it too seriously, people will like you.
Exactly. It's that easy.
So yeah, if I think of any more stories, I'll let you know. But yeah, there's just it's a lot that's happened over the last 10 years.
I can give you a bit more guidance if you like.
Yes, please. I would love to.
Sure. So you'll want to go back to the room that had here written on the wall outside. That was in Alpha Quadrant, and where you just did that cyberspace level, that's the key area where you need to be right now.
Which door was that? I don't even remember.
Yeah, if you follow, that corridor around, back where those 4 guys were kind of recharging on the walls. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I was, and then I beat the robot, and then I got lost. Here we go. Did I not complete the cyberspace? I might not have.
Yeah, you did everything that you need to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In the remake, we decided to incorporate cyberspace a bit more into the world. In the original game, cyberspace was more of a optional thing. You could go in there to unlock some closets for weapons and ammunition, but we decided to go one step further and integrate cyberspace as part of a key mechanic in the game now. So you'll need to do some cyberspace parts in order to unlock areas of the station which you actually need to go now, making the most of the systems that we've developed.
Oh, there's an enemy around? Where? It says I'm
the little room with the kind of forced bridges in it, that's where you need to be.
I feel like I'm in the right area. The red bridges, right?
Yep. You need to drop down there.
Yeah, got it. Ah, the
Oh,
node room.
It was
Okay.
okay. Right. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Trying to compensate for stream delay. There we go. Yep.
I always get, or like, I'll run by the room I need to go into like 50 times before I'm like, oh, there's a door here. I'm like, why am I like this every time I play games like this? Open world games, anything like that. It's been nice focusing on the recycling this time around because I've actually had enough credits to keep me satiated with stuff throughout the run instead of just being bare bones and, you know, spraying and praying, basically. I also kind of just like vaporizing stuff. It's just kind of like therapeutic. I like it.
Also, you won't need the pipe anymore,
Yes.
so you can get rid of that to get some more space in your inventory.
I am. Oh, that was 2. Nice. Save me some ammo.
Who are you? The computer nodes can be repaired, but you... Who are you? My cameras and sensors scan your body, but you do not match any employee file. When my cyborgs bring you to an electrified interrogation bench, I will have your secrets. And you will learn more about pain than you ever wanted to know.
You guys can't just funnel all in the room like that. You're just like leading yourselves into a trap. Oh. Now let's see who has some stuff I can steal. Ooh. Dream team. Nice.
So we just hit 525,000 wish lists.
Dang. Let's go.
That's nice.
That's real nice.
I'm very happy to see that. We were at 499,000 last night, I think. So finally hit 500,000.
Nuts. Sweet, okay. Okay, now is the elevator next?
Could possibly be, yeah.
I thought so, yeah, okay. The past few streams we've been focusing mostly on research and maintenance, so I'm totally like trying to remember everywhere I went in medical in the beginning. There we go.
Packer, Rebecca here. It says here that you're listed as employee 2-4601. Diego provided that cover to you.
Nice.
And the neural implanter.
Moving on.
The keys to show you. Not hard to put 2 and 2 together regarding the current state of communication. Try it on right.
Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh. That was quite the hello on the second floor. Just get pummeled the moment the door opens when I'm trying to fumble my weapon.
Oh.
Like,
I prefer a quiet station. Thank you.
So in the original game, at this point you would have game overed completely, but we have looked at the respawn mechanism and we've made a little adjustment. So depending on what difficulty story you play, you will now respawn on a different level of the station rather than just simply game overing, which we found could potentially ease some frustrations some people might have.
oh no! I threw a grenade and then I had the spark beam out and it still failed. New strategy. Wow, we are the 13th highest game on Twitch views right now. That is decently high.
Diego provided that cover to you and the neural implant. In exchange for what?
Okay.
The keys to Showdown. Not hard to put two and two together regarding the current state of the station. Try up authorized view. Help get the station
About a
back to
berserk.
control, and you get a clean slate. Looks like we're partners now. And if we play this right, we can work out what Diego wants.
I prefer a quiet station. Thank you.
There we go. Problem solved. By whacking
Nice.
things really hard and intensely.
Nice.
Alright. Perfect. And a snack for later.
To those who remain, to those who are tired, to those who are scared, I've a promise for you. I know you've been fighting hard, fighting to keep the way of life that has proven to be selfish. Try Optimum has reinforced this false narrative, time and time again. Why hold on to these delusions?
Nice. The puzzles always come at a good time, like they're a good break.
What if there was another way? A way that promised immortality? That can only be achieved through Shodan, our goddess, and our great savior. She has plans for all of you. Plans to liberate us from these imperfect shackles. To live forever in peace and harmony as we serve her and each other.
Nice.
Join Shodan.
That one was super quick. Oh.
Nice.
Cyborg conversion cancelled. Standard station restoration procedures online.
Got lots of stamina and lots of berserk right now. And lots of snacks. Look at that.
Oh, in that room that you were just in, there's there's something in there that you might want to have a look for.
Beautiful. Finally, I felt so powerless for so long.
There's also sorry, there's something else in that room that you might want to check out as well.
Okay. We love a secret within a secret. Now do I just start hugging the walls?
It was the lever on the control panel back there.
Which control panel? This one? No. Ooh. Oh, are you talking about this one?
I'll see in a moment when the stream catches up.
Stream lag.
Oh, it might need some security lowered first before you can. I can't see that part of the screen, so you have to probably do some more work before you can access that.
No worries. Okay, we'll come back. Well, it's finally here, Longwood. Are you at work and you can't play? That's like most people's problems since it dropped on a Tuesday.
That is a thing in the Americas, isn't it? Games launch on a Tuesday.
But if you're smart, you'll request the day off a long time in advance.
I think that has something to do with Sonic the Hedgehog 2 back in the day being released on a Tuesday, and all games kind of followed that trend since.
Right.
But I could be wrong.
Released on a Tuesday. I do remember that.
Never took off outside of America. I think we mostly get our game releases in the UK here on a Friday. But with Steam and digital distribution, that's not really much of a thing anymore.
Right. Yep. I do miss good old like launch parties at like a GameStop or something like that, where there weren't timed releases, where like the game wouldn't unlock at like 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
You know, you actually had to go to the shop to get your copy at midnight, and they would actually stay open that late for the events. Like, those are events that I'm gonna miss moving into this. Well, we've already moved into the new age of gaming, but that was good times. Good times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is where I'm more familiar since we've been working on this part of the game for the past few streams. But I'm excited to see what's different than the build that I've been playing. So zero focus now, like, so I don't get lost. So easy to get lost.
Yes, the timer is still a thing on the hardest story difficulty. You now have, I believe it's 10 hours to complete the game.
Oh wow.
Fresh victims for the ever-growing army of the undead.
Sapphire Lotus, thanks so much for the sub. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I kind of feel bad killing these guys because it's just like low-hanging fruit, it feels like. They're not much of a threat.
Leah, I figured out where the laser is pointed. Earth! If we can contain the energy from the laser somehow, maybe the X-22 from Gamma? Would that get the shield generators to full power? What about the overrides? I have to map this out.
So yeah, this research level, this went through quite a number of revisions actually as well. Again, just making sure that everything felt right, and I think if I'm remembering rightly, this level might have gone under maybe more rebuilds than medical might have done. Actually, it was just there was a lot of work put into this level. But it looks absolutely fantastic as an end result.
It does. That is something that chat noticed, like, first thing when we entered this level. They were, like, very impressed by the textures and just the layout and everything. The colors. This level does look fantastic. Beef pants, obligatory laser tongue.
I'm sure that laser is for some very important researchy type things.
Yeah, just like you gotta have the obligatory sewer level. Just like the lasers.
I can quite confidently say that this game does not have a sewer level. Sorry, Civi.
Yeah, Civi will be happy. Look at me being environmentally conscious, picking up all the trash. Even in space. I mean, Gemini Rebirth, being in cyberspace is kind of like being on drugs. Sort of. That's the closest thing. And kind of like the consumables, I guess. That's like space drugs.
Oh, pro tip for people out there, if you hold sprint while on a ladder, you'll climb it faster.
Ooh. I guess that counts.
Yeah, quite a bit of things use stamina in this game. Swinging your weapon will use stamina. Obviously, running will, but we decided that when you run out of stamina, you shouldn't really be reduced to a walk. It's more of a slowish jog than a walk. We found that just walking was a bit tedious, so we changed it a little bit. And again, just thinking about frustration levels on certain areas, and it definitely went down well.
Nice. Another puzzle.
I think I also remember our puzzle designer saying that there can be multiple ways to solve these puzzles. There isn't one strict way in which you can do things. That might not be for every puzzle, but I was made aware that it is the case with some of them.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Interesting. Oop. Twitchy fingers again. Hey, there we go. Just gotta get in the zone for those.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, sometimes it'd be like that, Sapphire. Like, there's plenty of times I play a game where I'm like, puzzles? I'm not in the right headspace for that. Yes. Now I'm obsessed with picking up everything. Sorry, guys.
Reduce, reuse, recycle, right?
Exactly. Okay. Oh, hello. Oh, there's Rex Melville. Let's listen to the audio log. There's Steven.
I can't believe this. This damn security bot outside my office keeps shouting, by orders of Shodan, no entrance.
You guys can't see his face. Hold on, let me move my camera.
Department isn't responding to my calls, neither is security.
Recognize him. I know, I was wondering what the mutant was doing behind the door. I was like, oh. What if I never came in? Were you just chilling in the corner of the room? Doing what? They're kind of brain dead, though, so... You would think, like, ignorance is bliss. So much to recycle. Okay. No Penguin says, how well does Steven think his likeness was captured?
I think he was very happy with it. Mine was done back when I had long hair. I don't have long hair anymore, but... Well, yeah, just leave it. Don't update it.
Right. Oh, hey. There we go. Just enough ammo for him. Okay. Yeah, how are you feeling, Daniel? Getting sleepy?
Oh, how am I feeling? Oh, tired, relieved, a little bit hungry actually.
I feel
But,
that.
mainly relieved. I did mention a bit earlier. It's been a real roller coaster ride. The entire 7+ years of working on it on this game. So it's so nice to have it out and to see what people finally think about it.
Absolutely. As exhausted as you are, it's probably just relieving and relaxing at the same time because you're just like, it's out. That's it. Feels good.
Does feel good. It's really interesting to see what people think, because this is the biggest project that I've ever worked on. So just to see it out there is really, really amazing.
I bet. They're all camping the power supply. I find that really funny. They're like, that's the one thing that can take us down so easily.
You've pretty much solved everything you have to in this particular room.
I'm just trying to get a power supply. Yep. Oh, let's throw a frag. Oh, good. Oh, that killed me too. Womp. Hey, I was behind a pillar. I thought I was protected. Yeah, I was also feeling that too. I was like, 3 hoppers? What? Like, they want the smoke, apparently. Okay.
Well, if that area's heavily guarded, there's other power stations on this level, so you're not locked off from that kind of stuff.
Right. Okay. Oh, yep. Camping it again. Oh, there's another one. That didn't work out either. Dang, the radius on the grenade seems crazy. At least to me. I don't know. I felt like I was running away from it. I have really bad luck with grenades, honestly.
Yep. That might have been a laser.
Oh, it might have been. Yeah, sometimes I don't even know how I die. I'm just like, oh, that happened.
Yeah, the
Oh.
it will come across as that way, but once you find the respawn chamber, you find that life gets a little bit easier.
Right, yep. I'm hoping I can sneak in there for a bit more power. Oh, there's a hopper roaming around now. I knew he was gonna come over here. Really? Ugh. Yes. Ooh, yes, please. Nice.
Yeah, I think you've got just enough for that. Yeah.
Perfect. My second weapon mod. I'm excited about. Okay. Cool. Okay. That one did the trick. Oh. No. Don't lock me in here. I don't have a death wish. Awesome. I'm glad to hear the Steam page is popping. I'm curious as to how far someone is right now, or if they've beaten it yet. Probably. I'm just stacking the credits. This is awesome. Okay. I have to look at some of the audio logs here. Oh yeah, we did the executive level on the last stream too. So the hardest part of the game so far is the chess game. That's I'm saying, like, it's the chess game for sure.
Yeah, for the record, I still can't beat that chess game, and I'm constantly picked on in the office because of that.
I used to be good at chess when I was younger. I actually had an actual board that I play with my brother, but it's been so long that when I did try to do that part on stream, I was like, yeah, this is not happening. Their AI is already like 10 steps ahead of me.
Fun little pro tip about that, though. Depending on what puzzle difficulty you choose, the AI of the chess will get dumber or smarter based on what you've chosen.
Oh, I like that. Because honestly, the first impressions when I ran into the chessboard for the first time on stream, people weren't really thinking that it was a puzzle. So I thought it was a puzzle. I was like, it's definitely like a puzzle. But just non-traditional puzzle, a chess game. But that's cool that it's actually tied to the puzzle difficulty. So it does confirm that it is a puzzle in a way. And I'm out of credits. Not for long, though. Ooh, key card. Yeah, there's a chess game. Someone's played 60 hours. What?
Firmware update number 28 improves log transmissions between sender and receiver to finally compensate for the magnetic field of Saturn. Additionally, the audio recorders will even suggest a title based on the conversation had on the log. This will also help with the home office to monitor communications on station. But no one other than me and the higher-ups.
Yeah, it could be like a game journal or something.
Even this log will be analyzed and read for any potential threats. So, give me a damn raise.
My faithful servants, bring all energy drain mines to the security level for installation. My fortress is nearly complete.
Oh, I'm like slowly dying of radiation as I'm like casually checking things out in here. You know. Okay. Let's get out of here.
No, Penguin, yes, Stephen did jump right on getting his initials on that weapon. I'm on a weapon as well. It was definitely the one I wanted to get. I'm not going to say which one it is, though.
Oh yeah, that's the radiation. My bad. There we go. Thanks, Berserk. don't want to do that. I wish, DM. I wish. Hey, look at that. Keep leaving reviews, you guys, and get us to overwhelmingly positive. Because it's awesome.
That would be very nice.
You know it is. Dang it. Might as well just go in berserk, right? I have enough of these.
The berserk will only work with the melee weapons.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It affects your your physical combat strength.
Oh, okay, good to know. I thought like basically it was like an overcharge for just in general, so that is good to know. Oh no. The little molecules. They were the bane of my existence the last stream. I was just in bad save after bad save with them.
Oh no.
Yeah, and they were ambushing me, and there were so many more coming around the corner, and they camouflage, so, you know, just fun times.
Shodan's virus, it'll do things to you.
Okay, I need to save some of that. Okay. I know what we have to do here, I just don't remember the order. But I have key cards, so let me go trying some doors here. Yes. Nice. Oh. I have so much scrap, it's crazy. Okay. I'm only on medium difficulty too.
It is very satisfying to get 900 in scrap and recycle them all at once. You just hear the coins just come out and out, and you
It's
just
like a
think,
jackpot.
I'm in the money.
Right? 62, let's go. See, this is the way to actually incentivize people in real life to recycle. You actually give them a decent payout for it. Not like, what, $5 for a whole sack of bottles. Back in the day, it was a lot better. Like, you got, because everything was cheaper. So you recycled one bottle and you could, like, buy a baseball as a kid in, like, the 50s or something. But nowadays, like, people are like, I'll save up my recycling all year so I can get a little bit of a payout. And it's like, here, all I can do is $20.
It isn't enough for a
Yeah.
cheeseburger meal somewhere.
Yeah. It's kind of like returning used games to GameStop. Trading them in. Or college textbooks, you name it. Like, here, I literally have this textbook that I bought that I didn't actually need for $200, and it's still in the packaging. Can I return it? Yeah, here's $15.
Good deal.
For real, it's crazy. American college, man. Oh goodness, we're gonna die from radiation.
Steve, I don't know what bodegas you shop at, but if a banana's costing you $10, you might want to shop elsewhere.
For real. Made it to cyberspace without dying, so that's cool. Really close to it though. I always heard that was a myth about magpies. Is that really true? They, how they're attracted to shiny things and they come grab rings off of people?
Sure, I believe it might be.
That's what I thought. The chat was talking about it, so I don't know. I thought that it was a thing, and then I heard it was a myth. And then, I don't know.
Yeah, we always got told as kids, because we used to get milk delivered on the doorstep, and if the caps have been pecked open by magpies, don't drink it.
Oh, this looks so cool. I love the purple and yellow color combo.
Yeah, the cyberspace levels were a lot of fun to build. Aside from a few, which were done by Kevin Fox and John Lemon. It was the cyberspace levels were kind of down to just me to build, and one thing that I always kind of wanted to do with these levels was to never repeat myself in a layout. So every single cyberspace level, in a lot of ways, is going to be quite different from all of the previous ones you might have gone through at that point. Just to kind of challenge myself.
Yeah, that's a labor of love right there.
And yeah, these levels, they were polished up fairly recently by the team. That I have a folder kind of full of old cyberspace levels that were kind of built on and then scrapped. There was one, for example, that was completely open. It would put you in an area, and it wasn't a sort of straightforward linear path. You would have to make your own way around this kind of open environment and find ways to get through. But that was scrapped just as it was about completed because there were performance problems and people were getting lost and it was taking too long.
That sounds interesting, though, in theory.
Yeah, we had a bunch of ideas go through, and some bits were chopped and changed around and kept for some pieces of other levels, and some weren't. There might be a stream one day where I go through the unused cyberspace levels that never made it in, or going over maybe even some old builds of the game, because I have an absolute treasure trove of old builds.
The archives.
Going all the way back to the Unity demo, to just several versions of this game in development. The tech we had at the time. We did at one point. It's not in anymore, but we had this. Well, at the time, a very advanced freezing system where you could freeze enemies, and it was very, very accurate, and it was a lot of work to do. So if an enemy was running at you and you were able to freeze him on the spot, his ragdoll would freeze while he was running, and he would carry that motion, so he would fall over and then he would shatter into pieces if he hit the floor with enough force.
That's awesome.
I think Doom Eternal did something like that as well. I think you could freeze enemies in that game. But I just remember the time and the man hours it took getting that working. But that was all scrapped because we had to change direction of the project.
And tiny team, you know, it's not enough.
Yep.
It's always kind of cool to hear about these little trivia tidbits after the fact, though, like in the post-mortem, or like, you know, just sharing with fans, like a dev diary type thing of like what made it and what didn't. Like, that's always fun. Like, you're always gonna have some of those stories to tell after a project.
Yep, absolutely. There's there's one or two audio tracks as well that were in the Unity demo that we made. They carried all the way through to the released version, and the music in this game isn't music in the traditional sense. It's all procedurally generated depending on combat levels and how much you're exploring, uncovering bits of the map. A bit like the original game, where the audio was dependent on what area of the station you're in. That's also fairly true for our version as well.
I love that.
Some on-screen monitor graphics were from old builds as well. It's just it's when you're in the know and you just see the stuff, you think, oh, that's going all the way back then. It's really funny to think about.
Do we have a specific place that we're sending players to report bugs right now?
You can report bugs to support@nightdivestudios.com. There also is a Steam thread, I believe, if everything's gone according to plan, where issues can be reported there, and we are keeping an eye on those threads, as well as Twitter and the usual kind of social media places. We've already found some issues that we are looking into. But yeah, any as much info as possible about these kinds of issues is always appreciated. So things like screenshots, save file, reproduction steps on I did this, and then that happened. That kind of information to us is extremely invaluable, and you know, we can't expect everybody to just understand what we want and give us that info. Some people will just message us and say, hey, I've had a crash on this level, can you please fix it? So yeah, the more information for us is always very, very valuable.
Absolutely, especially when it comes to crashes, because those can be really difficult to narrow down. So any info, you know, me coming from a QA background too, any info that you can put in the log about like what you did right beforehand, and like maybe things that you had active, weapons you were using, enemies you were fighting, you know, all stuff like that is super important, especially with crashes.
Yep.
yeah, one-off crashes are like headaches to the max. Incredibly difficult to figure out. But sometimes that's just what they are, you know, and you just hope and pray that you never find it again if you can't narrow it down. Like, it was so specific, there's like very few chances you'll ever replicate it again, but it's hard to say that for when a game actually launches, because then you have like potentially it in the hands of millions of players. So
Exactly.
and everyone plays it differently and will find a way to break it and stuff, and you know, that's just what you have to account for.
Yes, with all the hardware configurations, and do people
So many
update their
factors.
drivers?
Yep.
Did you update your drivers? Maybe you might want to look into that. You know, but yeah,
100%.
these things are so complicated, especially with our type of game, which is a immersive sim. There's so much going on under the hood that it can be really I think keeping on top of all of them. We're obviously, you know, doing our best, but just some crazy things. You know, it can be down to the physics code, and yeah, just I could go into it for ages and absolutely bore the rest of the stream. But yeah, there's just so many moving parts to everything, especially with a sim game like this one.
Very true. Like, that's what I find as someone in the industry, like, for a long time, that's something I find myself telling people who've never worked in games a lot, especially about, like, AAA games that, you know, are just, like, the Hollywood of video games, basically. Like, those can take up to, like, 10 years sometimes, or even more, to come to fruition and be completely done. And that's because the scopes are absolutely huge, and, like, the budgets as well, and just the QA time alone. Like, to put it in perspective, when I was at my first QA job, which was 2K Games, when we were through training, they told us how many bugs were logged for Grand Theft Auto 4, and I just about fell off my chair.
Wow, how many was it, if you
Probably
can say?
like over 600,000.
What?
Yep.
Wow,
and that's not even everything, because you can't even find everything in an open world game like Grand Theft Auto. Like,
Wow.
for just how many testers you have available, unless, you know, it's just outsourced teams working on it. But then again, that can get convoluted when you have too many testers, because then they're stepping on each other's toes and not finding the important stuff and all of that. QA is very, very meticulous process, and a lot of the time it gets sold as you're just playing games for a living, and that couldn't be further from the truth.
Not really. When you've been asked to do this thing, and then they say, "Hey, could you possibly do it 100 more times,
Yes.
please?" You just think,
your entire
But,
shift is going to be spent jumping into this corner and trying to find this map hole. Have fun.
Yes, exactly right. Somebody asked about Mac and Linux versions. We're looking into those. We are a small team, so we need to prioritize things. But yes, they'll be somewhere down the road. Everything to work on the game. That's a good question. I would say it's probably the smaller details that people will maybe find maybe weeks down the road. For example, it's more the immersive sim stuff. I don't really know if I should say what those things are exactly, because people might want to kind of find that stuff for themselves. But I'm probably going to be seeing a fair few streams, and people will notice that they've done something. And they'll potentially go back somewhere, and they'll be thinking, "There's no way that the developer accounted for this," and we did. And it's those things that I think will be my favorite aspect of the game.
Yeah, it's kind of sucks that you can't really say because it might come with a spoiler, you know?
Yeah, I already fear I might have said one or two too many things already, and said stuff I shouldn't, which I apologize for. But I do have to get out of that mindset now of just saying whatever and just be like, well, people need to experience that for themselves. So I'm learning as I go, and I'm learning to potentially be quiet on a fair few things. I guess I'm also looking forward to seeing how speedrunners potentially break the game, which might be an odd thing to hear a developer say, but those guys and gals are very, very creative on that stuff. So who knows? Maybe at SGDQ, maybe this year, there might be somebody doing a System Shock run, and I'll be there watching it and staying under my breath like, that's not supposed to happen. How did you do that? And I'm pretty sure our programmer is going to be feeling the exact same way, as well as making me and the other level designers cry. But that's how it goes, you know? Looking forward to really seeing all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the first, like, legit System Shock speedrun because, yeah, you're going to have to speedrun this game successfully. You're going to have to put in some work and hours.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. I can say it's a fact that I did hold the world record for speedrunning this game at one point, but that's in development, so that's not really fair.
That's so awesome. Man, I'm like addicted to these puzzles now. I just love them.
I'll be sure to pass along any kind words about the puzzles to our puzzle designer. He was absolutely thrilled to be a part of this, and on such short notice too. He did an amazing job.
Sure did. Would have never guessed all this work was short notice.
Sapphire Lotus, I definitely will do.
No. This one. Nice.
There's something in this room. I think you might have already picked it up. It's called the logic probe I mentioned earlier.
Yes. To bypass those puzzles.
Yeah, if you find yourself really stuck and you just happen to find a logic probe, you can find them in the environment, or enemies may drop them. You can just use that.
Super nice when you're in a pinch.
Oh, yes.
We got a question. Hi, I'm wondering when the people who bought the game through the Kickstarter can expect to receive the digital copy.
I'm not in control of that stuff myself, but it is being sorted out and worked on. There was some complications, but we're trying to iron those out as quickly as we can, and we apologize for that, and we thank you for your patience while we get that sorted out. There's a lot of moving parts right now, but we're doing what we can.
Oh no. Sniped. You're impressed by this and you're not easily impressed. Wow. Thank you for the kind words. The team appreciates it. I believe the only, correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel, but I believe that the only physical copies that are coming were the pre-orders through limited run, right?
At this time, I believe that's correct.
Okay.
That is also something else I'm not really in charge of,
right,
or have much of a hand in, but I believe that's accurate, yes. And then there's console down the roads, which will likely have a physical release, and that will have any updates that we do to the PC version already included with it. And that will be, further down the road.
Yeah, I believe the limited run ones went live a long time ago. Not like ages ago, but a decent amount of time ago.
Yep, I don't know what the future holds for that. I would that's more of a question for Steve, but he's popped out to get some lunch. He might answer that question when he comes back. If he has an answer to it, I'm not sure.
This spark beam mod is absolutely necessary. I love it.
This is the one that cools down. Oh, yes. The weapon mods were they came about late-ish in development, but the actual model changes done to the actual weapons, they were much later on in development. We're glad we got them in the end, but it was a close one.
Nice, lots of goodies in this room. Ooh, we got another cyberspace.
Wow. I was just handed another review by keengamer.com. They just gave the game 10 out of 10.
Wow. Impressive.
Thank you very much.
Well, there's our masterpiece
keengamer.com.
The flag must lie within them. Earth will have a proper spectrum for my virus to grow. More testing.
Sleep or system shock? System shock is the answer. Sleep is the answer for Daniel, and the rest of the team. But system shock is the answer for us. Now they hibernate while we enjoy.
I think I'm running on about 2.5 hours sleep right now. To be totally honest, it's a very strange mix of adrenaline and all this other stuff going, because everybody outside will just see this as, oh, there's just a game coming out, but for everybody involved, it's,
Oh yeah.
Hearts in throats kind of feeling, with just everything going on. And then when people like the thing that you've made, just you want more of it. You want that, you want that serotonin rush, I think you call it.
Yes, that affirmation.
And it's, just to know that people like what you've done, what you've spent years of your life,
literally almost a decade
working on.
Of your life. Yeah. It's crazy to think about it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, feel free. I know you're on 2 hours of sleep. Feel free to dip out whenever you need to. Like, chat will understand too, right, chat?
Oh no, this is great. I'm having a blast.
Good.
Might order takeout later, but no, this is a lot of fun. I'm having fun watching.
Good.
I hope, and thank you, chat, for hanging out today.
Yeah, thanks for coming by, you guys. It's like we're having a big party, as we intended.
And again, just shout outs to the whole team as well. We are a small team, but we are a dedicated one, and every single one of them has very much earned the right to boast about working on this game as much as they like, given the size of the team and everything that we've had to go through. It's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that would probably go over most people's heads, but yeah, it's an absolute thing to go through.
Agreed. The team deserves their glory. It's a meeting. Steven's grabbing food to make it a party. Yeah, where's our catered sandwich platter, Steven?
I was about to say the same thing. Where are the platters? Go on, Steve.
That's one of the hurdles of working remotely. No catered sandwich platters.
Well, those long nights, Steve would say, if you're doing the hours, feel free to get takeout. It's on me. Just add it to your invoice, and I'll cover that stuff.
Oh, what an angel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Larry is the reason why I'm going to QuakeCon. He was nice enough to buy me a ticket. I was about to crowdfund it on my stream, and he's like, hey, message me. And he's like, a bunch of Nightdive guys are going, so let me just, get you a ticket. What's your PayPal? And I was like, what? These are the coolest bosses I've ever had.
That's Larry. Larry is the guy who always knows a guy.
Yes, that's what he said his expertise is. Knowing a guy.
No. Absolutely.
But yeah, even Steven was like, he didn't know that about what Larry did for QuakeCon. So he was like, oh yeah, you want to go to QuakeCon? He goes, we'll take care of it. Just invoice for it. And I'm like, what? You guys are the coolest ever. I'm not used to this. QuakeCon is in the Dallas area in Texas. Very true.
Wow. That was a good shot then.
Thank you. Okay. So we did the second cyberspace on this floor. So where
you have the science access card, so you'll want to.
That's right. Okay.
Gamma Quad is your next destination.
Beautiful. Not too far, Sapphire. I'm all the way in Washington, so that's farther. quick. Oh, yeah. Okay. I always have to see what she's chewing on. But she's usually a good girl.
I've seen pictures of her on Twitter. She's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, she's just an angel. She's just the happiest dog I've ever met. I haven't seen her, like, angry ever. Like, I've heard her growl, but, like, not menacingly. I don't think she's capable of doing that, honestly.
Oh.
She's just a sweetheart. She loves life. Like, one of those dogs that's, like, high on life. That's her. Which is really lucky for me because she's 75% wolf. Like, her wild side does come out, and, like, I definitely have to, like, challenge her back a lot because she challenges me for alpha status, but, other than that, she thinks, like, the way she treats it isn't aggressive. It's like she thinks everything's a big game.
So yes, we have a dog in the
like,
family like that as well.
Yes, she'll be very, like, just, you can see the smirk on her face, even though, like, dogs don't smile or smirk. Like, she's smirking. Like, when she's messing with you. Like, she knows that she's trying to get a rise out of you, and that's what's funny about it.
Yes, our family dog is the same. She's definitely like that as well. Everything is playtime until it's nap time, and then food time, and then playtime again.
Yep. They're so bossy, but I love them because they're so sweet, and, you know, you can't be mad at them. You're like, okay, well, you're adorable, and I will play with you. Oh no, these guys are the bane of my existence right now. Just one little snipe from them. They're so small but mighty.
Oh.
But at least we're nearby, so I can just pop out of here. Where were they? It was in Gamma, wasn't it? Yeah, I think so. There we go. Oops. Ah, here we go.
No, you will cease immediately.
Or else what? Destroy it. Nice. Card come up. Yeah, it's our pet's world and we're just living in it, basically. Ah. You're still getting me. Ooh. Get you up here. Oh.
Grenade him. That's my answer to everything. That's my answer to problems. Grenade it.
When in doubt, grenade it. I don't know, she keeps having her cyborgs just funnel into a room and make them easy pickings for me. I trust she can back up her threats, but she's got to do a little bit better than that. I'm a seasoned FPS player. Okay. We destroy destroyed all the fun stuff. Oh no. Nice, okay. Oh yeah, we need a code for that.
Thank you very much, Supremely.
Yeah, thank you. Team is feeling good today. As they should. Oh. Okay. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Okay. Oh no! No! Kind of a bad place to hide, but... Where'd that tiny little robot go?
Are we still in Gamma Quadrant?
I just came out of beta. I have another key card though, the blue one. That I got from the corpse in the node room.
I think there's one room in Gamma that you haven't found
One
yet.
room? Okay. No worries. Sapphire. Yes, I am Nightdive's host and live streamer, so I stream games for them every Friday. Unless there's a special occasion like today. And then we do launch party streams.
You do such a wonderful job of it.
Oh,
Thank
thank you. Seriously, that means a lot. I appreciate it. I wish I tested the game. That would have been so much fun. Getting sidetracked and going into Delta for some reason. Okay. Now we're back. Where is this one room that I'm missing?
So I hate to make you guys jealous, but
Uh-oh.
the neighbors just came over with a bunch of donuts shaped in letters.
Oh.
It said System Shock.
What?
Oh,
Oh my
that's
gosh,
so nice.
that's adorable.
No. I just had the Y in System Shock. Delicious donut.
You look at the O in System Shock, you think, hang on a minute.
Yeah, right. That one was easy.
Okay. Here it is. No! Get out before I die. Crap. I'm gonna die, aren't I? That's okay. Maybe not. No, just barely.
No, Penguin says now it's just stem shock.
Stem shock. Okay. Alright, now we have to go put the... Isn't it the vial goes into maintenance, doesn't it?
You got something that should go on the reactor level.
The reactor. That might be what I'm talking about. Okay. Could really use... Oh, I have a med kit. Look at that. I have 2. Okay, perfect. Oh. No! I'm terrible at throwing grenades, I told you guys. Okay. At least I have a lot more of them. No. Oh, well. Okay.
Ooh,
Pulled
unlucky.
myself up with it. Yeah, I'm not allowed to use grenades anymore. They're off limits. There we go. All right.
Just help you out. There is something on this level that you also might need. Have you been making notes of the codes on the monitors that you've been unlocking?
I have not, but I know to do that. I'm just a dirt.
Okay.
I totally forgot.
Right. Fair enough.
Okay. That's okay. We can go back and find them out. Nope. Wrong place. I know there was a 6 in there, I think. Oh, it's for that room. Okay. Sneak behind the hopper. Don't wake it up. Okay, so a 0. I always do this with my phone. I always take screenshots in games that make me require codes. Because I know I'm not trusting my memory. Perfect. Okay. Now let me go out here. Beta. Not in here. Snacks would be nice though.
Today, please make your selection. Wow, good choice.
Easier to write it down. I don't have a pencil or paper, so technically taking a screenshot would be easier for me.
Mm-hmm. The information that you need, you're definitely nearby it.
Sweet.
In the science library.
Admin security. No, close the door. Don't let them come in. Okay. I knew that was the laser beam. Ah! Dropped right in front of a hopper. My luck. Still shooting me in the back. Because the ragdolling is awesome, Sapphire. Honestly, that's fair, Andre. Back if this was like the 90s or early 2000s, I absolutely would have had a pen and paper next to me. But remember when teachers said we were never going to have a calculator in our back pocket? We have something that does everything in our back pocket.
Yep, now technically we have the whole world in our back pocket.
And it's become so contingent on said thing in your back pocket that you never put it down.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're all plugged in like some dystopian world like System Shock.
Mm-hmm.
This is just reflecting our impending reality, guys.
Can't wait until I'm 70 and jacking into the net.
Right. The net. Oh, they always used to call
it. The net spelt with a capital N.
Yes. The net trademark symbol.
When was the... Sorry, I'll just ask. When was the last time you did a manual save?
Pretty recently, but I can do one here as well.
Okay.
I mean, I have no shame. I save scum. It's better than having to forget and then like have to redo an hour section. But that's cool about System Shock is that you get the regen stations, so you don't have to lose all your progress. You just have to make your way back, which is always nice. Dang, he's hungry. He didn't even turn around. He just let me wail on him.
I mean, if I'm hungry enough, that's how I feel about food sometimes.
That's true.
Leave me alone, I'm eating nachos. I think you just did an oops.
Yep, I pressed the button. Sight. The System Shock launch party? Is that the celebration showdown?
Celebration party where the only thing we serve is death.
Join us for the celebration. That's so funny that you get punished for pressing the button, because nobody can resist a big red button.
Ooh, what does this button do? Oops. There goes Manhattan.
Oopsie. Okay. Wait, did I get everything in that room again? I'm gonna double check just in case. Nope. Okay. All right. Let's look at the logs here. Alright, now let's not press the button.
fresh victims for the ever-growing army of the
Yay.
undead.
Engine, thank you so much for the prime. We appreciate you. Which log? No, Penguin. Point it out to me and I'll pull it up. Research library. I know, right? Caleb's just been talking this whole stream. Thanks to you guys. Oh, leaving Chicago. Let me see. Oops. True Scott Brandon. That's funny. Wish someone would feed me to Shodan. Would she eat you through the Cortex Reaver? Like, how would that work?
Some questions are best left to the imagination.
True. I'm gonna let you marinate on that one. Okay, so we did the thing, and now is it time to go to the reactor?
You, to save you a bit of time, you still need something from the beta science library.
A weekend dream. Thanks, Orcus. We appreciate it. Beautiful.
Will admit I'm looking forward to having some downtime. I'm looking for a new game to play, so I think I might start that playthrough of Bloodborne I've been threatening myself with.
Oh, first time playthrough?
Yep, I haven't played it before.
Wow, you're in for a treat.
Everybody likes it, so I'm kind of excited to see what happens.
Yeah, I wonder if everybody will ever get that PC port they're asking for.
I don't think the amount of requests for it is being ignored.
True. I mean, Sony has been dropping a lot of their exclusives on PC lately, so never say never.
But don't read too much into what I say. I don't know anything, but it would be nice.
I don't know, maybe there's a reason why I'm not the head of a business, but like I feel like that's just something you can't ignore. You know what I mean? Like if you have that many requests, that obviously would be very lucrative for the company. Like a lot of purchases made for the PC port. Like why wouldn't you do it? Like that's what I'm saying, especially if you're a giant like Sony, you know? But like I said, there's maybe a reason why I'm not the head of a business, but that just screams cash cow to me, so. And that's what businesses are basically, like, motivated for. It's a business, so.
Business, business, business.
Yep. Okay. Nice. Oh, hello. Nope. Where'd the little spider go? Nice. Yes, it should be Steam, GOG, and Epic Games Store for places to get it. I gotta grab this stuff. Oh, Humble Bundle too. Nice.
Oh, Humble Bundle, nice.
Okay. So we're working our way back around. Let's see. Nice. What's up, White Magic? Actually, I'm not sure. I'll check for you. Oops. There is texture quality option, not texture filtering, but tomato, tomato. Nice. So much loot in here. Okay. Have a tri-optimal day. Clever. Let's see. I have a lot of credits, so I can kind of be a little spendy here.
Hmm.
Awesome. Okay.
These gas grenades I found are doing work. I just toss one at a pack of mutant freaks and watch them hit the floor. Give me enough of these, and I'll crush them all. Nactron supplies all your all-natural synthetic flavor
Okay.
Oh, another fun thing I guess I could elaborate on. So
Yeah, go for it.
the views out of the window, they're not kind of painted on or anything like that yet. Anything like that. That's a real huge model of Saturn out the window, and you are watching it go around. It's all there's quite a bit of clever tech going on underneath, but you are really a little tiny speck on a station floating in this big void that we've made. I believe Saturn set record for most amount of moons again. I think they found 62 now.
Wow.
Very recently.
Okay. We still have business in beta, or did I miss
Yep, you'll want to go to the library.
Ah.
And you need to get the code that was on the screen.
That's right.
And then once you have that code, we're off down to the reactor level.
Beautiful. That's what I needed, was the code. Okay.
I think it might have been 806. I can't remember. I had I think a momentary glance at the screen, but I don't remember.
I'm going back into cyberspace.
Oh, okay.
Yep, everybody's favorite little mini game.
It's to be covered with ice. There we go.
These guys are savage.
goodness, Steve must be having a long lunch. He's been gone a while.
Well, he came back and bragged about his donuts, so.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He's gonna tell us that donuts exist and we can't have any. That's so mean.
Well, I'm back just in time to say
Yay.
we gotta go.
We were just talking about you.
I'm gonna go sit on the Kex meeting and see what's going on over there.
No worries.
I
Thanks
will.
for joining us.
I will head out with him, but I will be back when the meeting is over.
Yeah, no problem. I'll probably be here.
All right, thanks, Kelsey.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Have a good meeting.
Yep, thank you.
So what's up, guys? It's like the adults left the kid unattended to play the game over here. That's me. Yeah, I can't believe I was only one when the original came out. That's nuts. Honestly, though, like, badass decade to be born in. Especially since I share my birth year with Doom. And that's my favorite game. Blow shit up. Let's just order a bunch of pizza with their credit card to the Citadel station. The company credit card. No worries, Kilgore. I'm about there myself. We've just hit 5 hours. It doesn't even feel like I've been on stream for 5 hours because I usually do later in the evening stream. So the fact that I started this one at 8 a.m. my time doesn't even feel like it's 1 o'clock right now. I ate breakfast at like 5 because that's when I got up. Wow, my time is like all thrown off. Show dominoes. Can you imagine Shodan in a little Domino's hat? Oh my god. I think I need fan art of that. Oh man, Andre, yep. You know what's up. I woke up at 5 to stream at 8 because I was like, yeah, I got to take care of my dog, I have to take care of me, I have to get ready, I have to make sure everything is smooth sailing. And for the most part it was. I don't think we've had any issues, knock on wood. But you guys, it's been 5 hours without a frickin' bathroom break for me, so I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, but I'll be back. So just give me a few minutes. Alright. I'm back. You can vaporize scrap and use it to buy stuff. Yes, you can. You get the tri credits that way. So you can buy ammo, snacks, mod kits for your weapons. I know, I already want pizza too, you guys. When I made that joke about ordering pizza with the company credit card, I was like, crap. Because I triggered a craving. Oh man, Parasite Eve's remake would be awesome. Same with Siphon Filter, especially since Days Gone was technically part of the Siphon Filter universe. Ben's latest game. It's like if you also play New Game Plus on Days Gone, you can get the Siphon Filter taser as a end of game reward. So, where's our new Siphon Filter game? That would be really cool if Ben was working on that, but they announced that they're working on an all-new IP, so I would take a Siphon Filter remake or a Days Gone 2, honestly, over a new IP. I love both of those games. Ooh. The macaroni bit, yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, Supreme is good. I just don't get olives on mine. I'm not a fan of black olives or green olives. I only like Kalamata olives. You enjoyed it? Hey, good. Honestly, a really underrated game, and it honestly did comparable sales to Ghost of Tsushima over its entire lifespan since it's been out. Great. These guys are handing me my booty. Yeah, it did like comparable sales, and then Sony was like, nah, it don't need a sequel. Nah. Meanwhile, I bet you anything Sucker Punch is probably working on a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima right now. Especially with the movie that's directed by the director of John Wick, releasing probably in the next year or so. That gives them time to develop a sequel to like ride off of the movie. But Sucker Punch, much like Nightdive, is a small but mighty studio. Small but hugely talented, so their games take quite a bit. But they're always like A1 when they come out. These guys are so aggressive. What's up, Lock Vincent? Did you get your copy yet? Were you a backer? I'm so excited for everybody playing System Shock today. No worries, Kilgore. Enjoy your food. I'm gonna live vicariously through you. Thanks for hanging out. It was good to see you. Happy System Shock Day! You made all the trailers? Ah! That's so cool. I love that. I didn't even know. Sucker Punch is an excellent studio. They're one of my absolute favorites. And honestly, not just because of Sly Cooper that I grew up with, love that series, but Infamous, honestly. And my favorite Infamous game is the one that launched with the PS4, Second Son. Like, I would die if they made another Infamous, especially coming off the backs of that game, like with the same characters and stuff, but a different storyline. Oh, I fell in love with the world and those characters in that game. I already have a plot written in my head for the next Infamous game. I'm like, let me pitch it, bro. Let me pitch it. I'm like a nerd writing fanfic over here. Oh, especially with the tech we have now on the PS5. Like, if you go back and play Second Son on the PS4, it still looks gorgeous. With the particle effects and like the whole system they had in there, it still looks great. Honestly, like a PS5 remaster wouldn't even like do much for the game because it already looks good. It's aged very well. You guys are aggressive. Take a seat. There we go. I love First Light. Honestly, Fetch is one of my favorite video game characters of all time. I basically group in First Light with Second Son, though, because it technically is the same game. It's just a DLC. But I freaking loved it. That ending is so satisfying, too. Yes, oh my gosh, this is totally Geometry Wars vibe. I forgot about Geometry Wars. Good times. Played a lot of that back in the day on the Xbox Live Arcade. Kinda miss just grabbing stuff off the Xbox Live Arcade. Man. Will we ever get a modern era back that's as good as the Xbox 360 era? Like, I don't think so. I think we've peaked in gaming, honestly. Oh god, I need some health. You guys are gonna... No, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my god. Get away! It should not be down. No! There's like 4 or 5 of them. Oh my gosh. I just feel like Infamous, Second Son, and First Light were really underrated. Not many people played them. We got a raid over here. Wolfenbach, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I just felt compelled to say your username like that. Damn, cyberspace has no chill, you guys. Same. I have all of my physical 360 games still, and it's like stacks on stacks in my closet. And I'm like, I don't touch any of these, but I know if I took them to GameStop, I'd get probably a fraction of a cent for all of them. I don't know what to do with them. I mean, I still have the capability of like hooking up my Xbox 360 and like playing them, but you know, I just hold on to them because I'm a collector, you know, and also like video game preservation is really important to me too. Like there's some games that I own. Hey! What? There you go. You guys got a little Shodan alert because somebody donated today. Alter Bry Guy, thank you so much. That's awesome. We appreciate it. We'll definitely buy some beers for the team with that. Yeah, video game preservation. Like, there's some physical copies I have for 360 games that I know are just like super obscure or like just obscure IPs or titles, and like I know that those aren't going to be like adapted or you know, able to be emulated or supported or whatever, so I don't want to get rid of them. I'm just like, and we know some companies aren't like the best at preserving their titles, not naming any names, but so that's why I'm just kind of afraid to get rid of all my games, because I'm like, what if I just don't get the chance to get this anymore? Yeah, I have like all my physical games too. I've never sold a single one my entire life collecting games. I've never traded, I don't think, I might have traded in like a couple of ones that just like were whatever, like throwaway Wii games, you know? But like any game that I've played that has meant something to me, that I've spent a lot of time with and stuff, like I have them all. I hope physical media doesn't totally die out either, but like with the threats I've been seeing of like the prices increasing to like 70, 80 bucks for physical, with like increased demands on the rise, like how expensive games are just continually getting to make, I feel like that's absolutely going to reflect into the cost of the hardware and the physical copies. Like consoles are going to get more pricey, they already are, and then games too, which is sad. That's why, as a broke person, I usually just stick to a lot of indie titles nowadays, because a like $5 to $20, $25 price point, like even 30, like I can get behind that. And indie games are freaking awesome, so you're not disappointed. There's been plenty of AAA games I've bought for 60 bucks and I've played 20 minutes of, and I'm like, yeah, it's not for me. And then I'm out 60 bucks. Or like I played it and beat it once and I've never pick it up again type thing. Like a lot of, just my humble opinion, a lot of AAA games don't have like a lot of focus on replayability. I mean, they'll slap like New Game Plus in there or grounded mode or whatever, but like some people want an option for replayability that doesn't center around difficulty too. Like New Game Plus is cool as well, like because you can get new weapons and like upgrade your character like twice or whatever the model is, but like some people don't care about just playing through the game again on a harder difficulty, you know? I'll only do that with games that I really enjoy. Like there has to be another way to make AAA games more replayable, so you feel like you get your $60 worth, you know? Some of them are, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying none of them are, but there has to be a way. Or you can go like the Nintendo route and like just make a game like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom and just pack it full of so much open world content that you're just going to keep your players busy forever and don't have to worry about replayability, because I guarantee you by the time they're done with that, they're going to have to sit on it for a long time before they feel compelled to play through it again all the way. Yeah, it's an open discussion. I'm not saying that I'm like the arbiter of good game design. Like, I'm just throwing that out there, is that I wish AAA games had better replayability options. Yeah, exactly, and there's just too many games releasing at the same time, and just like too much vying for your attention nowadays. I think that's also something I'm not a fan of with the modern like model of gaming, like the way the industry is headed, is because it's like we have finite, you know, financial resources, yet there's always games releasing, or always DLC, or, you know, seasons passes or something, microtransactions if you pay for those. Like, it's getting too predatory, I think, in terms of financial gain for the publishers and stuff like that. Everything costs money. Live services, yeah. And like the free-to-play model is getting really popular too. More so these days, because then they'll just be like, oh, free-to-play game, but we'll charge for everything else. I don't know. This is what happens when there's unfettered greed in any kind of industry, especially a creative one. Because then, I get it, they're businesses at the end of the day, but there needs to be a fine line between, you know, money-making practices and, you know, just like the passion and the love and the dedication that goes behind making these games. Because the greed tends to outweigh the latter a lot. Depending on what studio we're thinking of, you know. Like this whole model of push games out half-baked on launch, you know, and then we'll just fix it later, and then just like leave bad impressions on your consumers. Like, that's not what you want to do. You want to leave a good impression, because not many people will come back around. You know what I mean? Like, No Man's Sky, I'd say, was a success story for that sort of thing. Like, rough on launch, and then, like, eventually it got its bearings after a while with patches and stuff, and then it became a really good game, and then people really liked it. They came around on it, and they were like, all right, this is what we wanted from the beginning, and it's finally here. But, like, we all know how gamers are. We are them to an extent. Like, I would never classify myself as, like, a regular gamer with how they act on Twitter. Jeez. But, like, you know, we're all capable of having opinions and, you know, critiques and stuff. But, man, some people never come around, even when you go, hold on, I'll fix it. And, like, with this model of, just, especially nowadays with every PC port coming out, that's just been, like, unplayable. And people are getting really annoyed by that. Eventually they're gonna stop shelling out money for PC ports because they don't trust them, you know? Like, which is totally fair, because if you're paying $60 for a game, then yeah, I wouldn't want to throw that away either. I am getting lost. Just pushed aside Twitter on that subject. Well, yeah. Twitter is just a raging dumpster fire, yet we all still go to it for some reason. Oh, here we go. Yay. Yes, exactly. When there's too many hands in the pie, that's when things become convoluted. Even from, like, dev side perspective, when they're saying, oh, we had to hire outsourced teams and stuff like that or whatever. Like, even when you hire too many of those, you know what I mean, outside teams, like, that can, things get lost in translation really easily. 690, yay, we got the code. Yeah, like, stepping on each other's toes, and just, it can be a mess. You want control over things, but not too much control, with too many outside influences or even inside influences taking control over a project. You deleted Twitter? No, honestly, I don't understand why I would say, like, my presence is more popular on Twitter than it is on my own Twitch stream, so. Funny how that works out. I mean, I definitely do get some viewers from Twitch that check out my stream, but yeah, I don't know. I'm a Twitter person, I guess. That's why Elon Musk needs to give me subscriptions. Because if they're not going to my Twitch channel to subscribe, then I can get them right there on Twitter. Yeah, I know a lot of people actually got rid of their Twitter accounts. Good for you guys. Good for you. Healthy boundaries with social media. We love that. Twitter has just become an integral part of not just, like, entertainment in my stream, but, like, also networking and meeting people, possibly getting jobs and stuff like that, like knowing about events. So unfortunately, I can't get rid of it. I'm stuck with it. But I don't have Facebook, and I haven't had Facebook in years, which is great. I feel liberated. Or Snapchat. I don't have Snapchat anymore. I don't have Facebook. I don't have TikTok ever. I never had a TikTok. Like, it feels great. Like, people ask me, they're like, oh, did you see this TikTok? I'm like, no. I mean, maybe if it came across my feed on Twitter or Instagram. Yeah, all I have is Instagram, Twitch, Discord, and Twitter. Even that feels like a lot to juggle sometimes. Yes. No, I work for Nightdive Studios. I'm their live stream host. We do game streams every Friday. Okay, now where was the keypad? The library, right? Yeah. But that was in beta? Oh no, I can't remember. My main account on Twitch is Miss_Slaughter if you're looking for that. But this is Nightdive's channel. Okay. Yes, I do. That's how Nightdive found out about me and asked me to do streams for them. I play a lot of retro stuff, so that's why I was on their radar. Like, retro FPS is my favorite genre, and just games from the 90s. Like, that's where my heart is. I'm stuck in the 90s, you guys, and can we believe that it's freaking like 30 years ago? Like, I don't even want to think about that. That hurts my feelings. It's not even because I feel old, it's because we're getting further and further away from that decade, and I'm just like getting sad about it. Yeah, I can't imagine being a content creator that's always posting on everything. Like, that stresses me out to think about it, because I'm sitting here like, you must have your phone in your hand every second of every day. Like, that blows my mind. I even get annoyed with myself when I have my phone in my hand too much. And I'm the type of person that, like, if I'm out with somebody doing something, hanging out with a friend or whatever, like, and we're having lunch or just hanging out, like, I'm not gonna be on the, on my phone when I'm hanging out with people. I think that's so rude when people are just, you know, you blocked out time to hang out with a friend, and then you're gonna sit on your phone the entire time. Like, no. That doesn't fly with me. So I don't make it a point to not pick it up when I'm with company, but I spend a lot of time on mine when I'm alone, and I shouldn't. So I feel like less social media would be better, but you know, like I said, I'm kind of hooked into it now with jobs and networking and stuff. Also, like, for streaming for Nightdive, I actually have to post and, you know, announce that I'm streaming and all that stuff. So if I didn't have a Twitter account, I can do that. Hey, I'm older than you, so... And I'm still probably one of the youngest people here in the stream. Where is the keypad? I'm getting lost. This is when we really need Daniel. Oh wait, maybe it's in here. Wait, I think I remember where it might be. No, that's cyberspace. Discord is awesome, honestly. I'm glad Discord exists, because it's like in my generation, we grew up with AIM chat and AOL chat. Those are basically what Discord does, but like way better, because it has a lot more features. So I can dig it. It's kind of like having your own channel, like, in a server. That's why, like, I thought Discord could totally rival Twitch if they wanted to. Like, they could definitely, like, because they already have live streaming capabilities inside their servers. So, like, if they wanted content creators to make their servers, like, their channels, like, their homes, where they could do in-house streaming instead of on an external platform and keep everything in there, because how convenient would that be as a content creator? You have your community right there in Discord, and then you got your streams right there too. They would just have to add in a hook for like being able to subscribe to Discord content creator. Like, so many good ideas. Yeah, we're stuck with Twitch. Oops, did I say that? My bad. If there was no reason for social media, though, like, I would definitely not have it. Because I feel much more at peace when I'm not swapping between millions of apps every day. And just, like, I don't know. It can get to be overwhelming sometimes. Especially doing streaming and all that. Like, parasocial relationships and all that fun stuff. Yes, chat rooms are so much better because that's how you make friends, like, right away. I feel like the whole concept of following is a little snooty, you know? Like, oh, I have followers. I have 200 followers, okay? Like, I'm popular.
Hello?
Hey, Daniel's back.
Hey, sorry about that. I'm back. Hey.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I was just watching the stream casually in the background to see if you found the code that you needed, 690.
Yes. And now I'm looking for the keypad again, and I already forgot where it was, so.
The keypad for this isn't on this level. You'll want to go down to Reactor now.
Reactor, okay.
Yep. Wait just 1 second, I need to turn the light on. It's gotten dark.
It's a great word, Sapphire. Ooh, soft or crunchy pretzels? Nope, penguin. There's only one right answer. Just kidding, they're both good, but there's one that's better than the other. Crunchy, nice. I prefer soft, but crunchy's good too.
Pretzels covered in chocolate, that's how
Oh, so good. Or cinnamon sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Why though? I didn't realize how little health I had. What, the elevator music? Deep Crone? Radio Geek! How are ya? Oh man, that would be funny. My favorite line from her still is, I prefer a quiet station, thank you. Because it's basically her telling you to shut up. That's my favorite line. I'm surprised she says it so nicely, but... Okay, we were going to the elevator. There's so many Davids in the retro FPS and retro game scene. I don't blame you, Sapphire. Hey, are you working today, Radio Geek? I'm doing good, just playing some System Shock, having fun on launch day with Daniel and Steven. I've been popping in and out, having to go to meetings and stuff, talking about it. It's been a good time, hanging out with fans and friends.
Many meetings, yes. many discussions right now about many different things.
Of course, because it never stops.
Yep.
Hey, thanks, Sam. Welcome. If you don't get a role assigned and put in, then I'll do it for you, but some of my mods might be around. Oh no. Those little kamikaze cars. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Shodanopedia Wiki. Thanks for the follow. Yay, recycling. I don't have anything to recycle though, for once. Okay. The garbage chute. That's awesome. Nope, penguin.
So that little cubby hole you saw back there,
Yeah.
that is for that is a kind of a contingency measure to. We do a check to see. This is going to get a bit technical again, but we do a check to see if any important item has fallen out of the world, so you can drop the story items in this game. And under circumstances that might be obvious to some, but we'll let people maybe find out on their own, you can lose those items, and then you'll be thinking, well, how do I get them back? We've got a safety check in the game, so if you lose any key item at any time, it should be in the garbage chute on this level.
Oh wow. Like a failsafe. I love that.
Yes. Luckily, it doesn't look as if you've lost anything yet, but...
I'm trying to keep everything tidy and organized in the inventory, and I think I'm maintaining it pretty good, so... I got a lot of training from Resident Evil 4. Oh no! No! I forgot about the little robot explosive kamikaze dog looking thing, RC car. I don't know what they're called. I just called it everything I thought it looked like.
You just got auto-bombed.
Auto-bomb, there we go. Oh my gosh, okay. I did play the original, actually. I've been a gamer my entire life. On GameCube, baby. Okay. Brain will sometimes brain. Sapphire. Not all the time, but sometimes. Just enough to get by. My first console was the NES. I never owned a SNES. My cousin did, so I played it through, you know, visiting my cousin. But honestly, I never owned any Sega consoles either. That's
oh, wow.
something.
I was the complete opposite. I had a Sega Mega Drive. The Sega Mega Drive was my first game console back when I was at 6. My first ever game was Sonic 1 on the Mega Drive.
I love that. I played them over friends' house, like the Genesis, the Mega Drive. What was the one that Sonic Jam came out on?
Sega Saturn.
Saturn, that's it. Yes, I played that one, but I never owned. And I had played Dreamcast at a friend's house too, but I never owned a Sega console because, for some reason, when I was growing up in the area too, like, just, you didn't see them very often. Like, they weren't really talked about and stuff. And like, oh gosh, no, leave me alone! Oh my god, I hate that thing. It's hunting me down. But yeah, I never really saw them. Same with PlayStation consoles. Like, I never really saw the explosion of PlayStation until around the PS2 era. That's when I started noticing the consoles like kind of everywhere. I never owned a classic PlayStation. Again, I played that over a friend's house growing up. I got like tastes of all the consoles growing up, but I never owned some of them. I was mostly a Nintendo household, just because that was like the most accessible stuff that was like kind of in your face back when I was growing up. Like the N64 came out when I was a young kid, so I was on that for a while. And then the NES was our first console, and Game Boys, I had like one of each kind. Like, I still do somewhere. Collector's items at this point.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, over in the UK and Europe, it's kind of different thing. I understand that the Master System in America wasn't that popular, but in Europe it was huge. The Sega Master System was so popular you could win it on game shows as a prize. That's how kind of strong the market was over here, and I think they still make Master Systems in Brazil today.
Wow.
They were that popular back then, so they had that market in Europe, did Sega, at the time, and they could kind of jump in straight with the Mega Drive, and it was a good base to have. And if you bought the Master Converter, you could play your Master System games on your Mega Drive, and forward kind of is it forward compatibility? No, backward compatibility. Hardware backward compatibility. It was quite something back in the day.
Yeah, that's for how early it was. That's an achievement. Yeah, I don't know why we didn't really just get exposed to as much Sega stuff as we did Nintendo, like regionally where I grew up. And I don't know. I was a huge Sonic fan when I was younger, though. It's not like I wasn't exposed to Sonic. Like, I was equally obsessed with Mario and Sonic. Like, I couldn't pick one. There was always a rivalry growing up. And I'm like, I love them both. Like, why can't we all be friends?
Yeah, back on the playground, you couldn't like Pokemon and Digimon. You had to like one or
the other.
You couldn't like both. You weren't cool.
Like, I don't have allegiance, you guys. I just like video games.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's just human nature to have some kind of like allegiance towards something. Like, you find it in things as trivial as coffee. Like, oh, my choice of coffee is better. I like to go to Dunkin' Donuts. Well, I like Starbucks. You know what I mean? It's just, okay.
Yeah.
Everybody has different tastes, too. Like, it's coffee, man. Or sports teams.
Yep, very true.
Even sports teams, like, when their team wins, they'll be, like, destroying stuff. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm so confused. You guys are so passionate. Oh, my God. Okay. Yeah, my first game ever, because NES was my first console, was Super Mario Bros. So I think that's why Mario also has a special place in my heart. And that game, ridiculously hard, like most things on the NES. Like, it was sheer willpower of me and my brother at such a young age sitting down in front of that and learning the ropes of, like, skipping levels and trying to get past those hammer bros when, like, the game throws 3 of them at you at once. Like, our games were cruel back in the day. We were trained for, like, Dark Souls games of today, like, From Software games. Just by the platformers that we had to grow up with. Honestly. Like, you think a game like Lion King would be nice and kid-friendly and easy, but no.
Back when game rentals were a thing, you had to go to a physical store and get a physical copy of the game, and it's very, very hard, this game, because they don't want you renting it. You got to buy it to beat it.
Yep, and then we did have, like, Nintendo Power magazines and stuff with, like, tips and tricks, but, you know, it wasn't like the internet where you could just, like, search up, how do I get out of this part I'm stuck on, you know? feel like, yeah, I'm gonna choke out. Yeah. I got poisoned. I forgot how intense the radiation is on this floor.
Bringing up the hotline again. Phone the hotline. Get
Oh
some hints.
yeah, the hotline. Legend of Zelda on NES. Yeah, that's a classic. That's close to a lot of people's hearts. So freaking different than the Zelda we have today, though. It's also just really hard, though.
I'm very good at purchasing games, getting around to actually playing them.
Yeah,
Not so much.
right? Same. I don't even want to look at my backlog. It gives me anxiety.
Absolutely.
And yet it seems like we were talking a little bit about this while you were in your meeting, but it seems like there's just, in this day and age with the current industry model, it's just there's always something vying for your attention. Like, there's always games releasing, and like, it's hard to know where to put your money sometimes, because like, you'll be interested in so many games and they're all coming out relatively close, and you're just like, yeah, I can't afford all of these at one time. But
Yeah.
it's just, it's overwhelming, and then that's how you end up with a backlog like mine, is when you just buy up all these games and you're like, I'll get around to playing them eventually, and then that never comes.
Yep.
Because it's just a vicious cycle of buying more games when they come out.
Yep, absolutely. Bringing back that mention I did Bloodborne earlier, first ever playthrough of that, because I haven't gone around to it yet.
An old gen title that you're just now getting around to, like,
Yeah,
that's the struggle nowadays.
absolutely.
Oh, now I'm in with the radiation and I'm gonna die. Oh. Oh, I just got hit by something. It looked like acid.
Ooh.
RE2 is a good one. I honestly like the remake a little bit better. But that's just because I feel like modern day controls work better with some of the early Resident Evil games. I mean, if you played them back then, you wouldn't know any better. But nowadays, like what we're used to, like RE4 was an excellent remake. Because the controls were just kind of awful in the old version, but that's just what we had and we made do with it, you know what I mean? But nowadays with the quality of life improvements and stuff, like, it's a great game. Like, and I don't think I would, even though the first one is a masterpiece too, like, I don't think I would go back to it after just getting spoiled with the remake and like the updated controls and everything. And I feel like a lot of Resident Evil titles benefit from an update. Especially the Zero with the tank controls and the camera, fixed camera. Like, I can't do those. They throw me off.
Oh. I get a bit nostalgic for those games, if I'm honest. I think, I could do with a good tank controller game right now, and I just will dive back into Resident Evil. I don't know what it is about those games, but there's just something so classic about them to me personally. Resident Evil absolutely scared the pants off me when I was when I was little, because it's just like never seen anything like this, and it's kind of quaint now, but back then, you know, you're a kid, your imagination runs absolutely wild with just everything that's going on in this really creepy house.
When I was a kid, I was even scared of parts of Luigi's Mansion, so that's supposed to be like for kids, and there were like just horror wasn't as, you know, like when you grew up, you weren't expecting to see stuff like that in games, and now nowadays we have more and more horror games, so it's not as special. Not in a bad way, but like you said, the impression that you got as a kid playing it, you were like, I've never seen anything like this. This is terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think the Resident Evil 4 really needed a remake, but it's nice that we got one. Because I still played the original relatively recently, and it held up. I agree. I just like the updated mechanics and stuff, but, you know. Some people that grew up with certain games and spent more time with them than others, like, may not mind things like that as much. Like how Daniel was like, I miss tank control games, you know, and I'm like, screw that.
I do wonder which Resident Evil game they might remake next. I'm wondering if they're thinking about remaking the original Resident Evil 1 with the over-the-shoulder camera setup like they have now. I don't know if they're going to RE5 straight away.
I would love to see one, honestly, remade. Like, I would definitely buy that day one.
Mm.
Just because I think the only remake I haven't played yet is 3. But honestly, I heard that one's the weakest because it's like the shortest. And it's like too linear, I guess. But, I mean, I'll probably still have fun with it.
Mm.
I played the demo at least, so I know kind of what to expect. But I feel like they should do the original as well. Like, that one's kind of begging for a remake.
Yes, it would be a remake of a remake.
Yeah. Oh no! Why do I always forget that dog is in there? The little robot Autobot. I always call it a dog because it looks like it's running.
Robot dog is a canine.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kazi
yeah, there we
canine. Okay, let's see. Did I get my quick save? I did. Heck yeah. Okay. Okay, note to self. There's a kamikaze in here. Oh, hello. Oh no, there it is again. Oh, it just... I opened the door. Oh. It was the hopper's fault, okay? The hopper distracted me. I opened the door, I got shot at, I turned around to take care of it, and then I got shot at. Yeah. Oh. Okay. See, now we learn. Learn and adapt. Okay. No, you're going first. There we go. Get away. There we go. Yes, I actually have 3 proximity mines, but I took care of it. There's so many people asking for Dino Crisis remake. I see that, I swear, probably like once a day on Twitter.
I've been definitely saying this to privately to friends, just an over-the-shoulder camera Dino Crisis 1 remake. Oh my goodness, that would be amazing. But I think I don't know, after Dino Crisis 3, I don't know if Capcom will be that interested in touching it again anymore, but you never know. It'd be really nice.
I feel like certain franchises can come back after a couple stinkers, like, and they usually like it usually ends up being like the 3rd one that in a lot of franchises that people are just falling off and they're like, what is this? But like there have been some cases where games made after like their stinkers have brought them back and like gotten them a better reputation. So I think it's possible. Just you got to make a good game, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You got to turn fans' opinions back around.
Yep, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Shield generators ready.
You too, Radio Geek. Thanks for stopping by.
Radiation shields activated.
All right. I got a plunger. What else we got? All the credits. Okay, is that everything? I'm done hoarding, I swear.
I can stop anytime I want. I just choose not to.
Exactly. I thought I heard, yeah. Warlord, that's funny. Yeah, you would think, Sam. Like, maybe like games that flopped back in the day because they were too ahead of their time or something like that. And like would fit better nowadays. Like, that would be an idea.
Yeah, I played Snatcher for the first time recently. I picked up a copy of it ages ago, and I went through it quite recently. It's an absolutely magnificent game.
Exactly, DM. I would also like a new Deus Ex game. Like, even just a remake of the first would be cool.
Certainly would be, wouldn't it?
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh no! He got me on the way down. Are you serious? Are you serious? I can't get away from those.
Oh! Oh no. He went Starsky and Hutch style off the
Yep.
side, slow motion.
Parkour. We gotta get ready to run. Where is it? Okay, it's because that door hasn't opened yet. Phew, okay. Oh, it already exploded? I didn't even see it explode. I totally missed that. I was wondering where it was. The hacker's so casual, just about like sifting through limbs and body parts to find stuff. I like that you can pick up their dog tags, basically. That's pretty cool.
Yes, they are for the Kickstarter backers. They have individual names on them.
Oh, that's adorable. I love that idea. That's actually a really cool painting of Shodan, like a crude tagger painting. Sweet. Now I'm just looking at everything in the room. Everything looks cool. Okay, what do we got?
I'll just let you know after this. After you get out of this room, you might want to do a quick save.
Yes.
Just looking out for you.
Appreciate it. Nice. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the room where she sicks some guys on you, huh? Yep.
Become familiar. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Welcome to my death machine, interloper.
Oh goodness. And there it goes. I know it's been a long one, Tony. I wanted to do a long one for everybody that possibly couldn't grab the game today, so they could see whatever they wanted to, you know. If I like play too far into the game, they can always close the stream or watch tidbits later at the VOD. Good. I'm glad it's not another time where a bunch of people join right at the end, because that happens all the time. Makes me sad. Okay. I don't even have an end goal for stream today. We're just kind of vibing. Oh no. I don't know why I dared to trap myself in the small room with that, but here we are. That is funny, Warlord. Well, hey, now you know that your electrical tools can be weapons. Okay, we need another plan of attack here. How about... I'm thinking... How about a reflex? We haven't used a reflex in a while. Or at all this stream. Mines as well. I'm so mean.
Welcome to my death machine, interloper.
Oh god. There we go. The proximity mines were the move. And the reflexes, I would say. Yeah, that's true. The door didn't close. Oh. All right, safety override. Oh yeah, do I have that code yet? I don't know. Wait, that's the code from earlier, right? Yeah, 690. Yes.
Safety interlocks disabled.
Cool. Oh no.
Yeah, awesome. Looks like your work on reactor is. Oh.
Yes. I got some friends though. Oh no. What? Was my foot touching that? Sam, my hair is dreadlocked. It looks like kind of like braids from far away though. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's actually as low or height maintenance as you want them to be. Depends. Okay. Alright. Let's not fumble this. Oh, shoot. Oh no! I forgot about all the security up top. It's going, it's going. We're 6 hours in. This is crazy, you guys. It doesn't even feel like I've been streaming for 6 hours. I would totally be failing beating the game in 10 hours, though.
Hmm.
Okay, so I'm not healed enough to go up there yet.
Yeah, the radiation level up there is going to be a bit of a problem for you right now.
It's pretty intense. Oh no. Oh, no. Yeah, there's big giant robots and radiation. Sounds like an awful time for me right now. Oh wait, there's another robot. No. Don't come out here, please. Shoot. I know, I agree. The music is really good. It's picking up. I have a feeling we should go back and heal up. Because I'm not a miracle worker. No! Oh, got me right before it exploded. I have the worst timing with the grenades.
Oh, wow, that was lucky.
Oh, hello. I have a friend right here. She's coming to say, hey, take me outside. Yeah, I know. She's very talkative. That's why I think you have a husky in you too, because you act like a husky. Frasier. Such a soft awoo, isn't it so cute? Okay.
You have all the pieces now on this level to do something.
I finally have a little bit more health too, so that'll get me through. Hopefully. It's not the most, but it's better than what I had before. Now I just have to hope I don't run into any enemies on the way. There is music, Sam. It's just pretty low because it's like ambient music for the most part until you get into combat, and then it starts picking up. Oh, okay. No worries, Warlord. Thanks for joining us on the launch party stream. Hope you have a good night. Okay, where is the reactor? Oh, biding your time. Yep, isn't that the worst when that's like, you're kind of like, why am I even at work today? Because all I'm doing is hyper fixating on the video game that I go home. And I'm not being that productive, so. I thought that was the way, I guess not. Oh, I have a good amount of recycling I can throw in here real quick. What's up, Neo Freeman? Yeah, Armored Core looks really good. I agree. Get out of here, you evil man. That's funny. That's mean. You're eating a honey bun in front of her while she's working out. Where is the reactor? I feel like I'm running by it 100 times. Oh, there it is. Okay. Gotta take this guy out. I want him to come out here. No! Damn it. Now I have to reload my save.
Oh, you should be okay. You have the things that you need to in order to progress the story, so you don't need to come back to this level right now, I don't think.
Oh, the reactor? Should I be back at research?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. So I was like, yeah, I don't think I have the bearings to survive that room right now.
Yep, there are definitely some areas of the station which you're definitely not supposed to go just yet, but we don't obviously gate that off. The player is free to explore as much as they want, and it's the environment that's going to kick you out. It's not going to be the developers arbitrarily gating you off.
Something lurking. It doesn't sound fun. They're just guarding it. That's so funny. Nope.
No problem, Phantom. Thank you very much.
No worries, DM. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed watching the game. Okay. Oh no, radiation.
So the actual area you want to progress to is the center of the level now. Keycard, you've got everything in place. You should be good.
Perfect. So these switches here.
No, the switches in the alpha section you've already dealt with that, so you don't need to worry about them anymore.
Yep. Wasn't sure if they did anything additional. Okay, yes. Take me. Where does the key card go? Center. Oh.
You did walk past the door, or you unfortunately missed it. As you were sprinting around then.
Oh no. It's in the center, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Weird. I thought I passed by all the corners, maybe not. Central control?
Yep, that's the one.
Perfect. I was looking for a door I haven't opened yet, so I have a door. Oh no, they caught me. See, that's what I get for going back and trying to pick a fight. I should have just ran. Thanks, Slipgate. We appreciate it.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, now we can press the button without consequence. Incoming email from Shodan.
You are still alive.
hope this email finds you horrible, insect.
Do not be fooled into thinking that you have preserved the home of your species. At this moment, I am finalizing my mutagen virus in and it will turn all earthly life into a festering pile of pestilent mutations. Poor earthlings.
I mean, Shodan, we just went through that a couple years ago. Can we not have a repeat of that? That would be great. Oh, goodness. Oh, you're back. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yep. I got hit with the... They remind me of, The Last of Us enemies. Like with the cordyceps and what they throw. How it kind of just like poops.
Oh,
with the spores. Okay.
Well, I mean, technically by getting killed off there, you are outside, so that's good.
Yeah, true. Oh, okay. I think I'm just gonna throw some grenades. That sounds good. You still haven't played that, Sapphire? Wow. I'm surprised. What you get. Okay. Are they all dead now? I don't see any more, so maybe. I enjoy that effect a lot. I just want to kill him to hear it. Oh, there's the other one. Fun. Hello from the other side. Honestly, I'm pretty much in that boat too, Sapphire. Like, there's a lot of media I have experienced, but there's also a ton that I have not. That I get judged regularly for from my friends as well. I just asked them the question, I'm like, where do you guys find the time? Jeez. Okay, so we press the button and is it time to go back to reactor? Or do we still have more stuff to do?
You are pretty much done with this section of the game now, so you could head up to maintenance and see what's going on there.
Foamy, what's up? How are you? Atomic Heart kind of came and went. I mean, we know why, but it kind of just had like a launch and then slipped quietly under the radar after like a week, I would say. That's what it felt like to me, keeping an eye on social media and stuff. Okay, let's find the elevator. That's not the one. It's the other one. Exactly. Like, ugh. I have FOMO bad with a lot of the stuff that I'm missing out on, so I feel it. I've heard both sides of the argument. But I don't like political arguments about games because I tend to look at them objectively. Like if there's like a controversial political element in a game, you know what I mean? Like people are like, I'm not gonna buy it because of this or whatever. Like I tried to look at the game objectively and be like, am I really not gonna buy this and play this even though it looks fun to me because of whatever, you know what I mean? It's like, it's nuance, people. Especially if it's like, if it's something that's controversial but it's done tastefully. Like I would still play something like that that's done tastefully and respectfully. Yeah, I typically do too, Sam. Usually if it's like controversial, that's kind of like more up my alley usually. You have deluxe FOMO in your closet. That's fair. I'm about there as well. Oh no. Oh no. Nice, I'm glad I got more of those detox power-ups. Those are absolutely necessary. And again, I'm not looking so hot health and power-wise. Yeah, you guys want me to get banned on Twitch for streaming that? Because that's what would happen.
What game is that?
Just speak in the chat.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of interesting games on Steam nowadays.
Right, okay, never mind.
Yep, you're like, I don't want to ask.
I regret I asked.
I know, I said the same thing when I came across that. I was like, are we kidding? Please tell me we're kidding.
Hey, I was unpacking one of these crates.
It sure is.
But I found a navigation mapping unit, 6 interface demodulators, 4 clips of Magnum 2100 ammo, 3 clips of mini pistol ammo, and a freaking EMP grenade in there instead. I stuck it all in the storage room in the basement.
Oh my god. The little mutagen virus just exploded. I didn't see it because it was invisible.
Oh, yep.
Snuck up on me. Oh, there it goes again. Open the door and get got.
Oh, man.
Yeah, right? Those things are sneaky, so we're gonna have to sneak around just like them.
Door locked. No maintenance necessary.
Okay. I need a pick me up bad.
Door locked. No maintenance necessary.
Okay. Ooh. Recycling more stuff. I have a lot of credits, so we should be good for a bit. Oh, okay. This is what I was looking for last time. The flight deck. Good to know. Ah, put that one right to the face. Where do you think is a good stopping point, Daniel? Like, to showcase or like cap off the stream, just because we've been going for almost 7 hours.
That's true.
I mean, I'm like raring to go. Like, I could play more, but I don't want my dog also howling in everybody's ears.
That's true. I mean, I think a good stopping point would definitely be to leave it on, I'd say maintenance.
Maintenance? Okay.
Yeah, when you get up there, and then yeah, we could possibly continue next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? It's big release day week, so on Friday we can just pick it right back up. So I'm down for that too.
Awesome.
Heck yeah. So we'll get to maintenance and then we'll save there. And then we'll call it for today and then we'll pick it back up. Sounds like a plan. Okay. Let's get a... Perfect. Alright guys. Well, I hope you had a great time hanging out with me, Daniel, Steven, watching some System Shock, and I hope you are also, if you can right now, are playing it and getting your hands on it as well. And like I said, we'll be playing more on Friday, so if you like watching it, come on by, hang out with us. We'll get further in the game, you know, further than what you've been seeing through the demos of me playing, because this is about basically the same areas that we've been playing in, so come for the next stream and then we'll get a little bit further with a little bit more levels. So we got the whole game at our disposal, so that's right. Anything you want to say to send off, Daniel?
Thank you everyone for hanging out today. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you if you've purchased the game. We hope you have a lot of fun with it. And yeah, thanks for supporting us all the way through this roller coaster of a ride. Thank you.
Seriously, you guys, we appreciate all the support, the reviews, the subs, the follows, just being here, hanging out, just the hype. It all culminates into releasing an awesome game like this. So you guys did it just as much as we did. So thanks for your patience all this time, but now it's finally here, waiting for you to jump on Steam, GOG, Epic Games Store, wherever you play on PC. It's available now. Also, I did want to mention before we go that if you love the System Shock Remake soundtrack, that the soundtrack is up on Bandcamp. So you can go ahead and go pay what you want for it, because Bandcamp's awesome like that, and then just secure the soundtrack for you to have. And maybe bump it louder than it is in-game when you're doing your runs, so... That's definitely there for you guys. it's available now. I don't think I have anything else to tell you about upcoming stuff, but yeah, that's pretty much it. You guys are freaking awesome. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks for spending, like, those of you that have been here all day too, spending like 7 hours with me and Daniel and Steven popping in and out. So we love you. We appreciate you. Have a great time with the game. Enjoy it. Soak it all in. We're happy you have it finally. And I'll see you guys on Friday for the continuation. So take care. Have a good one. And we'll see you around.
Bye-bye.